Hello and welcome everybody back to Dice Fables Curse of Strahd Adventure. This is session... Ooh, actually, I should have looked that up. Like 42, I think? Anyway, hello, I'm Spencer. I will be your DM today. Joining us today are our lovely players. We have Abby picking up her role once more as Diana, the reliable resident good Drow and Maiden of Illustrae. We have Habiki picking up his role as Ilena Myth, the Avenging General and Frost Maiden of the Ten Towns. We have Mia reprising her role as Rory Aurora, the rambunctious reservoir of Lathander's holy light. And last but not least, we have Riley taking the role of Volk Moonwise, the inscrutable but miraculous menagerie once more. So, we join our party on the eve of victory, having defeated a very spiteful old undead man. What happened last time?
We basically we started the session fighting Vladimir. We superhero dropped down into the boss room. As well as that was happening, Redmond and Esmeralda were confronting the hags at the old bone grinder. They agreed that they would have a fight or a wrestle between Redmond and their champion of sorts, which ended up being one of Smoke's old party members. So between the combat, Redmond and him were fighting. Eventually, Redmond notices that the hags weren't exactly playing fair and had left all of I forget the guy's name, but they've left all of his magic items on him. Redmond slipped off one of his adamant gloves and managed to win the fight from there. The hags left in shame, and Redmond got to keep his new fancy wrestler gloves.
He did, and now Redmond has access to a bunch of wrestler abilities, which I'm sure he will not abuse.
Yeah. That was in the past, actually. So by the time Redmond met back up with us, it was just in the middle of the fight, so he managed to join us for the latter half of that. We managed to eventually beat down all of the revenants. Vladimir was turned to ice by the purple beam out of prismatic spray.
Yeah, a clutch use of prismatic spray that he failed very, very well.
Exactly. And throughout all this, we discovered that Rory had connected herself with the beacon. She had become a reservoir for its light, and she used that power to sever the connection between Diana and the dark powers of Rovia over Ireena, and there was someone else who had a connection. Was it Redmond or?
Well, everybody has them, but Ireena and Diana were the ones with the strongest ties at the time that Rory was looking at you guys with the eyes of a demigod.
I remember, yeah. Despite Diana's protests, she severed her connection.
Mm-hmm. So Diana is no longer being consumed by plague. She bears the scars of the plague still, little bits of it. But no losing an arm for Diana, which she was getting close to.
Yeah, it's quite good, really.
Yeah.
Basically, we beat patriarchy again.
Yeah. So
the double whammy.
Unless there's anything else anybody remembers that they want to contribute, we can jump right into it.
Yeah.
All right. Riley, Volk is standing there. Ileena has just finished her talk with the Knights Revenant. She gave such a rousing and compelling speech that the Revenants have all vowed themselves to this final defeat of Strahd, and they wait orders from the Ice General. And then in your hands, there was a light a slight cracking sound, and as you looked down, you saw that there was a smoky quartz, the shriveled heart of Sergei von Zarevich, and the red ruby of the Spirit Guardian tree. So, what do you do with this information? You got three equally sized things.
I believe at the end of last session, I had said that Volk deposits the ruby carefully within their satchels, hides it away somewhere, and they kind of leave the heart and the quartz on the ground and kind of stare at them like, I don't know what to do with these.
Sure. Why don't you make an Arcana check then, as you're having a look at them?
Okay.
And why don't you use, because this is, insight might be better for this, because you're not going to be coming at this from a learned perspective. You're more checking out the vibes of these things.
Right.
So why don't you give me an insight check?
Oh, that's
cow.
a pretty good insight
That
check.
is a 25. That is pretty solid. Yeah, so as you look at these two things, there's a similarity between the two of them. And it contrasts the ruby. The ruby, there's a life to it, a sort of an energy. You get the sense that in times gone past, this could have miraculous healing properties. But the heart and the smoky quartz on the ground, they're inert in a way that the ruby isn't. And they're not inert in the way like a rock is inert. They're heavy and dead in the way that a corpse is. So whatever these things were, well, obviously you know what the heart was, but whatever the smoky quartz was, these things, they're dead. And that's why they were able to sort of fuse with the heart in the way that they were. With a 25 insight, there's no tie to Sergei's soul. You would be able to intuit. Whatever lingering energy of Sergei that there was, all of it is none of it is attached to the heart anymore. It's all in the armor that Ireena is wearing. As for the smoky quartz, you can tell that there used to be something in there, but it's currently empty. And it is as dead as the heart is, but at one point it would have been alive.
Interesting. Well, Volk doesn't really know what to do with this information, so they'll just kind of they're just gonna kind of stare at the heart for a while until somebody interrupts.
Very
just
fair.
Like, I don't know what to do with this.
Very fair.
I'll just say to Volk, Diana is at this point, now that we're done with this, she wants to move on quickly. So, Volk, are you okay? I think we should get some moving.
Yes, and they they pick up the smoky quartz first, because it's not an organ, and stuff it in a different pouch to where the ruby is, like, as far away on their body as possible.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
And then they kind of...
I would take the heart.
Yeah, no, they'll happily hand it away.
Okay.
Who has the sword?
I believe Diana had the sword.
May I have it back, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll hand it to you.
They will
the sword as well.
return it to its scabbard.
Okay. As soon as you touch the sword,
it's scabbard. I mean, like a scabbard that they found.
That works. Yeah. You could also probably wrap it in a blanket, because as soon as your skin touches the blade, you of course feel the consciousness inside, that drive to dominate all life. One sword to rule them all just sort of pushes itself into your mind.
Yeah, no, the Order Sword of the Chaos Fae creature do not get along well.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're a bit of a halfling touching the One Ring at this point. It's got no grab on your mind. But the rest of you
it kind of
be careful.
Pushes up against Volk, and Volk is like, "Oh, leave me alone."
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, last time I just slapped the sword. I was like, no, bad sword.
It's true. Yeah.
Also, I guess you took the sword.
Yeah, I took the sword.
Because
so
I
it's back in my
inventory. I can give it over to you if you think that you can deal with it.
Yeah, no, I think that of us all, Volk being a chaotic neutral individual is probably the best person to carry this, because there is no sway. There is nothing a lawful evil sword can do to hold sway. Lawful neutral. Well, there's nothing a lawful magic item can do to affect a chaotic individual. Or influence, rather.
Yeah, it is lawful
I
neutral.
think it was. Yeah, it was always lawful neutral.
Yeah, nothing it can say. Nothing it can say with its, order stuff will sway Volk.
Yeah.
So that's why they believe it is safest in here.
Very fair. So Volk adds it to the pile of wrapped up daggers and old weapons that they're carrying along their back at all times. like a Jim Henson's puppet. You've just got a backpack of junk back there.
Oh, didn't a lot of that go into Ilena's new body a long time ago?
They did say they got it all back.
Yeah, they did not get it all back. It was gone. They now have 2 rapiers, 2 short bows, and 1 silver dagger. That's their... Oh no, I have 3 daggers listed in their inventory, so they did find more daggers. I love the fact that they have like a dozen weapons that they'll never use.
Yep. It's pretty on brand.
Kleptomaniac!
Yeah. So as this all is going on, Ileena, the knights have pledged themselves to you, and they have promised to follow your commands. Wherever you would lead them, they will follow. So they look to you and they say, what are your commands, General?
Pillage and plunder everything. All to the ground.
Think I'll just say you did something awful in Vallaki, so until I get back to that town, defend it.
Very well. So, with that, the 6 revenants on your side, headed up by Godfrey, who is the eldest of them, they head off to protect Vallaki.
Alright, great.
There's gonna be a panic when they show up.
Yeah, maybe I'll. Should I send a message to Isma?
Sure. What would you like the message to be? Is this animal messenger or
animal
spell
messenger? Yeah.
Okay.
Animal messenger. I'll just say. I'll do this as we're traveling, so it might be a bit later. Perfect. Just not to waste any time. Sure.
So as you're Aragorning your way across the countryside, you can call.
Yeah.
Well, we'll say a squirrel. Since the mists have retreated, you can see all sorts of wildlife have reclaimed their place where they were previously scared and hiding all the time. So a friendly little squirrel with a bushy tail, all ready for winter, comes up and responds to your call to take its message.
I'll just whisper to it. We have turned some of our former foes to our side. Don't be alarmed. Calm the people. I was counting my words then. Sorry, that was why I was
I'm
speaking
writing it
words.
down so I don't forget.
They may look disheveled, but they are fine fighters, and I think that's like 23 there.
Perfect. They look disheveled, but they're fine fighters. All right. You see the squirrel chits and nods to you. There's a material component for the spell, right?
I believe Yes, it's a small morsel of food, so I'll just hand them like a little nut.
Yeah,
And
it
he
will
can be on his
take that
way.
nut from you, and it will cheerfully start chomping on it as it runs its way back towards Valaki.
Alright.
So you begin your long march south. So we will jump now to the map of Barovia. So we were at Argynvost, and we are going to be heading south. So I will ask you, Diana, since you will be the ranger heading up this party, what route would you like to take? You can feel free to trace it on the map or just describe it to me. I believe this map is to scale, so we have... Yeah. So to get to the base of the mountain, you're looking at 4 miles or so. That's going to be about a day's travel. I don't know if that actually that math works out, but I'm going to say it's about a day because that's about how long it's been taking to move that far on the map.
Do we know anything about this bridge on a sign path? Like, is it like an outpost or something there?
Why don't you make a history check? Anybody can make this history check. I don't believe you've asked about it specifically, so disadvantage just based on what you've been hearing people talk about, because you've been to a couple socialite parties here in Barovia, so you may have picked up something.
18.
Spencer.
Hey, yes.
Maybe can I make it, without disadvantage?
Yeah, go for it.
There is, and well, it's not without disadvantage. Just I add a d6. But,
go for it.
Oh no, it's an 8 mid. Yeah, it's an 8. Hey. Plus a d6. It's a 9.
Okay. Yeah. So you're rifling through your memories. You're like, there's so many things. There's so many spirits inside of me. Somebody must know something. And then Diana just interrupts you as you remember something you overheard at the dinner at Voctor House. Diana. You know that Solanka Pass was guarded in the ancient times. It was the base of the pilgrimage up to the Amber Temple. Nobody knows who built the Amber Temple, but they know that Solanka Pass was sort of the gate. To start on the journey, you had to pass through the gate. And people who weren't pure of heart would be prevented from doing so, because of course the Amber Temple was built to contain evils and prevent those evils from ever getting out. So only good people could start along the path.
Okay. I think we'll just try and go towards that bridge then and see if we can camp out there.
All right. So why don't you roll me a d12? Do you have anything to help in your passage across the countryside? Is there anything that can make your journey better for you? Any skills you want to do? Anything? Any abilities that you have that can be useful in this situation?
Oh well, I would like to scout ahead while flying high up in the air.
Okay.
And basically then occasionally go back down, like, hey, go this way, this path is easier, that way is like harder, so, that kind of stuff.
Perfect.
How many is the group?
Well, currently, you're traveling with Redmond, Esmeralda, and Vasilka, besides you, Lot, and Echo.
Right, so there's
we have,
probably too many of us for some polymorphs to turn into flying mounts.
True. So we have Rory scouting ahead, and Volk is thinking about some polymorphs that can help out.
Wonder, could I use like my rapier and light on the rapier to have like a glow stick where I signal them stuff? Like, this if I wave it like this, it means go further to the right and stuff like that?
Like an airport signaler?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, you can absolutely do something like that. I will say you left Argynvost at around dinner time, so 5 or 6 p.m. So you're probably going to arrive at Berez around by the time it's dark, and then going forward, you're going to be traveling at nighttime. So keep that in mind.
Volk's been to Berez. There's a stone circle there, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah, I want to try to think of that. Let's start.
So Volk kind of like presses their hands together. I may have a way to get us to Berez a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Basically immediately.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
they're going to kind of pull out their copper axe. If everyone could, let's look around. Is there a large tree anywhere?
There are. There are large trees growing in the area around Argynvostel. You can see that a little down the ways there are. They're all dead now, but there used to be an apple orchard not too far from Argynvostel.
All right, they will find a large enough tree and ask everyone to gather around. If this goes the way I think it does, there's going to be a gate in the tree, like it's going to open up. And you're going to want to run through it, because it only lasts for like 5 seconds, maybe 6. And they are going to cast transport via plants using 6 charges of the axe.
Beautiful.
With their destination being the stone circles of Berez.
Yeah, you are familiar with that stone circle, so it goes off without a hitch. You see the axe in Volk's hands. It's already been overgrown when they graduated into Feywild adulthood. The axe continues to grow and move and thrive, and you see little blossoms of leaves and different types of flowers grow and bloom on it as part of casting this spell. And the dead apple tree twists and turns, and a knot in the trunk suddenly cracks open, and all of a sudden you're staring at this portal through which you can see the standing circle in Berez. So we have 6 seconds for everybody to run through.
No.
Yeah, let's leave go.
Is there a limit on how many people can be moved via transport to plants, or
Nope.
is it just time?
It's just time.
Okay, perfect. So with that, you all move into Berez. I don't have the Berez map, but you come out of the stone circle into Berez.
Oh, we just saved half a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So of course you can see in Berez, still swampy and overgrown. There's little flickering lights in the distance, in the swampy environ. Little fairy lights sparkling in the evening on various deep areas of muck. But yes, you have cut your travel time down significantly. If you're just headed straight there, we can do our encounter roll now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we take any sort of rest before we left?
You did not.
Okay.
No.
Just checking.
Very fair.
So a D8 and a D12?
I'm just going to say... No, we're still using the base one, so it is going to be a D8 and a D12. I would like you to roll twice. Now, because Volk has cut the travel time down in half, and you have Rory scouting ahead up in the air with dark vision and a glowing sword, I'm going to give you advantage. So you're going to roll twice. I'm going to briefly, vaguely describe both of them, and you can choose, Abby, which one you want to get.
Okay.
Ooh, exciting.
So, first is a 13.
13.
Second is a 14.
14. All right.
Pretty middle of the road.
Yeah, pretty middle of the road. Okay. So there's an animal
A
encounter.
3 and a 10 and a 4
And
and
there
a
is
10.
a human encounter up ahead. You can choose which one you want to run into.
Okay.
I like it.
I think that... I think we'll take the... I'll try and lead us away from the humans, because in Diana's mind, people out... she doesn't know of any civilization out there. The people out there probably gonna be trouble if they're hanging about the Amber Temple.
Fair enough. So you are probably around this area here at this point. So we'll say Rory spots, you see a couple of people traveling through the countryside in furs, and so you direct Diana away from that. So Diana leads you down a different route. And very quickly you hear the sound of crunching and tearing as you come upon a little clearing where you can see that there's an elk on the ground. It has been completely eviscerated, and bits of it have been flying everywhere. And you see a very large bear, but unusually large bear, tearing into this elk.
It's a rune bear.
Bear.
What would you like to do? I'm going
Has the bear
Sorry.
Oh.
That is a very good question. I should roll for that, because otherwise you can just run away. So, let me check here real quick. Get a stat sheet. Oh, don't tell me there's not a stat sheet for this. I know this is a creature. There it is.
Big bear.
Yeah, so it has a passive perception of 13. So I would like you to roll a stealth check for the party. And the DC
is that all of us?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's not... Sorry, 23. Not disadvantaged anymore.
Okay.
So that's from that history check.
And since you were surprised, there's no chance to cast any more spells. Yeah, so with a 12, it has definitely noticed you. Well, Diana wasn't in the group, which is why I had Diana roll it first.
Was the stealth check at disadvantage? Or... Because I didn't mean to roll it at disadvantage.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a 23.
So...
Right, no, it was not.
Yeah, it was still selected from the history check.
Yeah, so with that, it hasn't noticed you yet, as it is tearing into this creature.
Okay, I'm just gonna try and stop everyone behind me, and we're just gonna try and take a wide, try and, go 90 degrees around to where this bear is. Try and circle around it.
Circle around it and avoid it.
Yeah. And
so
then,
at this point... Sorry, yes.
If possible, I'll try and throw something across the clearing to try and distract it.
Okay. So then I will have you make a deception check.
Can I use Dex for my deception check since I'm throwing something?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. That'll just be straight dexterity for me then. 11.
Okay, I'm going to make an insight check from the creature here. Now, it's going to say owlbear. It is not an owlbear, but it's just a very large bear.
Oh.
Okay, a 14. So you see this very large dire bear looks up from the elk corpse, and as it hears this sound, but you see its very small, sunken-in black eyes sort of track the trajectory of it. It turns around. Sees you.
Oh no.
So I would like everybody to roll initiative now.
Ouch. I'm gonna kill the poor bird.
Whereabouts are tokens gonna be? How far away?
So you were trying to skirt around. So we will say that the dire bear is here, and you're going to be about 30 feet from it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about.
I'm only going to be Ireena in this combat because I'm pretty sure the Rory will be too far away to do anything before the fight is over.
We did have Rory up in the air.
Yeah. That's why I think Ireena is going to be my character in this fight.
Very fair, very fair.
Oh, Diana not going first.
A turn order here.
Well, let's go.
There we go. Everybody is in the initiative tracker now. Gonna open up.
Damn, Stora, what was that roll there?
No. +7 at advantage, only a 15.
Yeah, damn. Ireena killing it. So did Volk. All right. So as I said, it's an owlbear token, but that's only because for some reason 5e does not have dire bears. So this is a very, very, very big bear. Actually, it's a dire bear. Bears are large. This should be huge. There we go.
Oh boy.
So this dire bear, it has spun around. It's tracked the trajectory. Diana cleverly tried to distract it with a deception check, but unfortunately, her throw was a little off. Maybe there's some lingering palsy in your hand, and so the bear was able to track the trajectory of the stick that you threw back to you, and has spotted Diana. You see its eyes quickly survey the rest of you. And since you hadn't actively been hiding yet, with a 13 perception, it can spot you guys in the underbrush. So up
What time
first,
is it?
At this point, it is dark.
Okay.
So we're gonna say you've probably been traveling for about 3 hours. So it's gonna be around 9 o'clock. The moon's probably just begun to crest, and the sun is well gone at this point.
Is it fully dark? As in, like, darkness?
Probably late twilight. So it's all dim light. It's not darkness
Okay.
yet, but it's all definitely dim light. Up first is Ireena.
Was dim light enough to give disadvantage on attacks or not?
No, it's disadvantage on... It's on perception checks with dim light. For darkness is disadvantage on attacks.
Obviously, Rory's not affected by it because of dark vision.
I mean, Rory's way out in the sky anyway.
True.
Ireena's gonna smack the thing twice with the short sword.
All right.
Because it doesn't look like it will stand back. So 5 damage.
Okay.
And second one is the miss. That's
so
all
you
she
see-
can do.
Yeah, you see Ireena seeing the dire bear turn to you and then begin growling and squaring up. She's going to run up and she'll say, "Friends, it's just a bear. It's nothing. That's Irish."
I'm wondering how high would Rory be?
If you're scouting, how far is your dark vision?
All right, my dark vision is only 60 feet.
60 feet. So you're probably going to be 30 feet up because you want to see in like a cone.
No.
'Cause that'll
Then
give
I
you,
would easily be in range to just cast this on the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the wrong skill. Wanted to click this.
Okay. Very good. So do you want the which order do you want them to go in?
I feel like it would happen somewhat simultaneously, that the
Simultaneously?
sacred flame hit illuminates the over so that Ireena can hit better.
Okay. So you see Ireena, she looks up at her wife in the sky and she smiles at the rest of you and she says, I'm going to do Irish again. It's the bear thing. I've got Merida on the brain. Slavic. This is no worries. We can take this. It's just a bear. It's no worries at all. And she runs up with her sword. Just as the sacred flame hits, I'm going to have the dire bear make a dexterity saving throw. That is a 19.
Oh, he dodges the light.
It dodges the light.
Jeez.
There's a flare of holy light as the sacred flame hits the ground, and then Ireena comes in and stabs it in the leg with her crusading short sword. Anything else for the Aurora
that's it.
turn?
That's all for the Auroras. Kind of weak, not gonna lie.
Then we come up to Moonwise. So Moonwise, you have a look at this bear. I will say
This is
you're
not
familiar.
just a bear.
Yeah, you're familiar with wildlife. You know that dire bears, they're a breed of bear that is somewhat prehistoric, but they're not uncommon in the Forgotten Realms. Basically, this is a normal bear. It's just grown to immense size. This thing is, easily like 16 feet tall when it stands on its hind feet.
Yeah.
They're very ornery, and they love the taste of human flesh, which, isn't many of you, but you're close enough.
True. Volk will be like, it's not just a bear, but close enough. Watch out for its claws, probably pretty gnarly. And then they kind of pull a little shard of obsidian out of one of their many, many, many pockets.
Okay.
I feel like Volk has like hundreds of tiny little pockets, and each pocket has something different in it. That's where they keep all their daggers. So they pull a little piece of obsidian out, and they kind of hold it in their hand and like thrust it into the ground right where they are, and cast Erupting Earth in that 20-foot area.
Saving throw.
The spell save is 18, not 15. For some reason, it shows 15.
That is
That's a
going to be a
failure.
fail, yeah. Roll a 5.
Alright. So 3d12. That's a pretty good roll for 3d12.
So you see the earth and the bits of elk around this dire bear begin lifting and floating with this obsidian glowing energy, and they just begin churning and pummeling this bear as it stumbles and falls, being beaten by bits of its food.
Yeah. I would suggest being cautious around this creature. And with that, they take a 10-foot step back.
Okay, beautiful. We then come to Ileena. So Ileena, you see that the dire bear, it's been hurt at this point, but it's still got quite a bit of fight left in it, and then it's eyeing the rest of you quite angrily.
I will whisper a prayer to Bahamut and getting bolted.
Okay, beautiful.
At second level, because that's the smallest spell slot I have left.
Yeah.
Getting bolt. Here we go. A 21 to hit.
Yeah, you will certainly hit this dire bear.
This
is ranged, right?
It is ranged.
Is the dire bear prone from erupting earth?
No.
It is not. Okay, so never mind.
That's 14 radiant, and the next attack against the dire bear has advantage.
Okay. So
it is in difficult terrain, though.
Yes, it is, but it is not prone, which is the important part. So it is guiding bolted. So we'll do a little.
Yeah, it's just the next attack. So I think Diana will.
I'll do the glowy thing, and I'll do slow because it's in difficult terrain.
All right.
Yeah. So you whisper this prayer to Bahamut the first time you've called out to the lawful dragon god of justice and goodness, and this bolt of silvery light shoots out of your hand, and then hits this dire bear. It glows, shimmering, setting up Diana for her turn.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and also give a prayer to illustrate and cast Hunter's Mark on the bear.
All right. You do.
And then I will run up. I have 50 feet of movement this turn.
Yes.
So 25.
Range.
I will. I'll cast sword and attack it with red ambush.
Beautiful.
So that 30 damage.
Yeah. So with your first strike, your sword singing and ringing, with the thrill of the hunt, your heart racing, you come up to this beast with your flaming sword, and you will kill it. How would you like to kill it?
Oh god, now I feel bad. It's just a poor guy.
You had 28 hit points left, so you handled the kill.
Oh. You know, she goes up fully expecting this to be like a thing, like, and then the first blade just like she almost puts too much force into it, and then it just like puts right through. She's too used to fighting people in like full like plate armor.
Yep.
And then she just like, as she's like coming around to bring the next sword in, she just sees it's already dead.
Yeah, you see it's falling over and it's wheezing its last breath on the ground.
Yeah.
It didn't even get a turn.
Nope.
I feel slightly bad now.
Oh no.
I was expecting it to be some sort of like magical animal. It looks like
no.
Well,
it is just a very strong bear.
Volk, you would know that they have resistance to non-magical damage, but seeing as you only cast spells and fought with magical weapons, this thing went down pretty easy.
Yeah. No, they're just it's just a really big bear. Perhaps a little more dangerous than a regular bear, but just like a dire wolf, it's just a really big bear. Oh no.
Oh, I feel slightly bad for disturbing it.
You feel it wheezes its last, and I would like you to make a religion check real quick, Diana.
Okay.
Zombie bears?
25.
25, yeah. So with a 25, you don't know too much about Illustrae, because of course you only heard like the second-hand stuff that your dad would say in secret when he was studying. the Dark Lady. But you do know that your order are essentially a PR campaign for Drow. Your purpose in the Forgotten Realms is to move about on the surface, doing good deeds, helping people where they can, defending natural order, the natural world, and sort of being charitable wherever you can. You're essentially traveling sword friars. So as you look down at this bear, as it dies by your hand, you haven't done traditional hunting in a long, long time. It occurs to you, maybe prompted by the moon being able to gaze down upon you, that this is a natural and healthy thing to do. You're a hunter. Of course, as a ranger and as a maiden of Illustre, hunting is a right. But you can't just leave it here, because Illustre cares about all life, especially Drow. But she's concerned with bringing the Drow back into the natural order of things. And part of that natural order is hunting. But you need to make sure you do it in a respectful way. So with that information, how would Diana like to treat this slain prey?
Would Diana know how to safely prepare a bear? Because there are different considerations because of like bioaccumulation and stuff you have to make when eating.
You did hunt with your namesake for a little bit before she died. I believe, unless I'm misremembering your backstory.
No.
I would assume that Volk might know some of that since wildness.
Right.
I mean,
because
tell me.
Okay, I remember now. I'm sorry. I got the timeline a little wrong for your backstory. Bad DM.
No, don't worry. It's been a while.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll just say it's already night at this point. I think this would be a good place to rest, and I can maybe prepare this into some sort of meal for tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have proficiency in cook's utensils.
So with Volk's help, I would like you to make a survival check with advantage to prepare this bear.
All right. 17.
Okay, yeah. So with Volk's help, you don't know entirely what you're doing. You're used to more insects and slugs and slimes, the sort of things you hunt in the Underdark. But with Volk's direction, you find the right bits to take. You lay to rest the rest of the bear. You are respectful, and you're doing such. You're being so careful and respectful that you begin to feel a rhythm to your heartbeat that is surprising, because it's not the regular rhythm that a heartbeat should have. There's a beat to it. And so as you are skinning this bear and taking out parts to eat and making sure that you dispose of the rest of it so that nature can fully re-embrace this bear, you begin humming a tune to yourself as you are doing this, and your blades hum with the resonance of it, and you feel at peace and like you're where you should be for the first time in a very long time, as the moon smiles upon you as you are preparing this feast for your party. So with that, everybody can have a nice filling meal of this dire bear, and you can set yourselves up for camp for the night, as Illustre is pleased with you.
I'll see in like a few extra hours if I can, like, because I have like 4 extra hours at night, if I can smoke some of the bear meat.
Very well. That'll be another survival check. Does Volk needs to sleep a full 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
I am.
But you can give a crash course.
Crash course smoking. So with advantage?
Smoking meal.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly mostly just like ate the stuff raw because I was a creature, but some of my friends over the years taught me these skills, so I'm sure I can impart some of that knowledge to you. So here we go.
I don't think our stomach could handle that.
Yeah. Since you are a party of 6...
you're not an animal.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Since you are a party of 6, I will have you make this survival check. You're going to go through this the rations fairly quickly. So I would like you to make a survival check with advantage. If you roll under 15 on both of them, it will spoil relatively quickly, and you won't have any really rations that'll last more than another day. For every 5 above 15, you'll get an additional day of rations for 6 people.
Aren't we even more? Don't we
With
have
a ranger,
and
don't
Esmeralda as well?
we not need...
Vasilka doesn't need to eat, and Echo doesn't need to eat a lot. He finds his own stuff to eat. So it's
Esmeralda.
Ez, Red,
And I don't need
and then you 4.
And I don't need to eat
Right,
as
you're
well.
undead, so it's only 5 people. Okay, so with that...
8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't rangers have a thing where they just find food, or is that also
I don't.
Ranger?
I'm not that kind of ranger. I'm a revised.
Oh,
ranger.
okay.
Ranger, yeah. So with an 18, you managed to produce enough smoked meat over the course of your night to feed the party for another day.
Nice.
Great.
Yeah, and with that, like a very successful like hunt, meal, and the like, I will just begin. I'll just begin my reverie, and then, yeah.
Beautiful.
And we sleep.
So, everybody else, what is the camping situation like? How are you shielding against the elements? Is there anything you want to do over the course of this long rest?
Not really, personally. I don't think I have.
Volk will... Oh, wait until I speak.
No, it's your turn.
Yeah, okay, so Volk is going to do a couple things. I mean, they have a bedroll, so they'll kind of set that up. But they also have, a really cool little axe. So they're going to, travel around the nearby area looking for dead branches. And, cutting them up into little pieces and make a little fire for everyone.
Wonderful. Are the Auroras going to do anything in particular?
Well, Rory does not have a lot of her gear anymore because she just gave that away and didn't really get new ones. So she doesn't really have camping stuff. She's definitely going to set up a Guardian of Faith next to where Ireena and Rory sleep.
Beautiful.
Because she's the last at. And it stays for 8 hours, surprisingly. I thought it was a lot less.
So you see, what does your Guardian of Faith look like?
Good question. I'm guessing just like an angel-like figure with dim light. Because it's a night and we don't want to disturb people.
Sure. You see the most gorgeous lesbian Amazon with those big angel wings appears with a sword, standing above the two of you, and she's a little too bright at first, but with your direction, she lowers her glimmer a bit, so the rest of you can sleep. But she keeps a watchful eye over you as you sleep.
Yeah, it's just a Valkyrie chilling there.
Yep. All right.
I think actually, can we make it the other Rory?
The other Rory? That works too.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah. So Mirror Rory appears. This is full fiend Rory, as opposed to very angelic Rory that is with the party. Full fiend Rory keeps an eye out. What was that? Sorry.
I mean, I'm currently half-half. I'm not the full angel one anymore.
True. Well, then I'll leave it up to you. Do you want Angel Rory or Fiend Rory to defend you tonight?
I feel like some ideas that there was Angel Rory and Fiend Rory and they became one as this together thing.
It's true.
I feel like one of the two halves basically splits off for this.
All right. So
I guess the Fiend Rory was more like the other Rory, though.
True.
No, she can enjoy some quality time. So I would like to split off the Angel Rory.
All right.
To guard during the night and have the Fiend Rory enjoy the night with Ireena.
Very well. So you see you split off in your two parts. Angel Rory watching over and letting the two of you have your marital bed on this first night after your wedding. Yeah. Habiki, were you going to say something?
No, I'll just kind of. I think I'll just keep watch for a lot of time because I just don't need sleep. So I just need to be motionless state, so I can just can just shut down for a bit and.
Very well.
Yeah, that's it.
So with that, the night goes on. Since Habiki, you're going to be watching throughout the night, I would like Habiki to roll. Let's call it a d20.
A d20?
A luck roll. Yeah.
Let's go. 5.
5. Okay. Yeah. Roll me a perception check.
Oh, please no. A 30. A 13 with a plus 9. You kidding me?
That's not great.
Wow.
The dice gods must.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I just need to.
We all know that the dice gods hate me, guys. Come on.
I'm gonna whisper this roll so you don't know what I'm rolling.
Oh no! Don't whisper the rolls.
Okay, that is a 15. So you don't spot it. The night goes off without a hitch. Around 4 a.m. in the morning, you hear a bit of a rustle, but you don't spot anything in the trees. You wake up in the morning, fully refreshed, having taken a long rest.
Right.
Nothing bad has happened.
Nothing bad has happened, yeah. No, of course nothing bad has happened.
Nope, nothing bad at all.
Yeah.
As you pack up camp, Abby, why don't you give me a perception roll from Echo? It's going to be using smell, so I believe he gets advantage.
I think so, yeah. Where is the sea and the... Oh, summons and pets, so yeah. Yep, so just perception.
Okay.
Wait, one more? Yeah, 14. Okay.
So you see Echo catches the scent of something around where that noise was last night, but he can't pinpoint it. The stealth check was too high from this creature. So he smells something, but he can't pinpoint a trail at the moment. But you see he is investigating that area where the rustle was quite closely.
If I go over and look, do I notice anything?
Yeah, you can make a...
Investigation, maybe?
That sounds about right. Your favorite enemies are humanoids, right?
Yeah, humanoids and undead.
And undead, okay. So this wouldn't apply here. Just so, an investigation check. 17.
Not with it. You know what, I'm just going to change it to
That's okay.
always
it's the first roll. So.
Yeah.
With the 17, you can spot. This thing rolled a stealth check of 15. So you can spot that there was a small creature that passed through here. Well, about human-sized, but small for this creature. You see little bear prints that have passed through here.
No.
And that's where it clicks. The dire bear you killed yesterday was a female.
Yeah.
But with the 17, you can see a trajectory of it. It looks like it came, just looked at the camp and saw what was going on and then chose to leave.
That is the way of nature, I suppose. But yeah, she does still feel a bit bad about it. But yeah, she won't waste any more time. She wants to get to Casimir, so we're going to move on.
Okay.
I think.
So with that,
unless anyone else has anything to do.
That's a good question. Does anybody else want to track down a young dire bear?
Do you think it can survive alone? Or would it be more merciful to,
to kill it?
Question for Volk.
Yeah, that would be directed at Volk after getting told that there's a...
I will look at the traces of the dire bear and try to determine how old it seemed to have been.
That sounds to me like a nature check.
Okay.
Okay, a 25.
That's a really good roll.
So yeah, you can pinpoint exactly how old this thing was. This thing is about 3 years old. It is about
It's fine.
a third of the size it will be when it's fully grown. It takes them about 10 years to reach full size. It's probably going to be all right on its own. It'll be lonely. What's weird is there's only one. You know that usually dire bears, they'll have clutches, or I don't know what they're called in bears, but they'll usually have at least 3 cubs at a time.
Litters.
Litters, thank you. Litters of bears are usually about 3. So it's weird that there's only one. But it's a harsh environment. There's magical monsters around, so it's very probable that its siblings have died.
Right. How long ago did it seem to have passed through? Like, how far into
it was about 4 a.m. It's about 7 a.m. now, so about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, no, like, it would... Volk kind of looks around, examines the signs. Well, it's, you know, a large creature. It's about, I don't know, 4 years old, 3 maybe. And it also passed by like 3 hours ago, so if it's still around, it would probably take us a while to track it down. It's probably not worth it to try to track it down. It'll probably be fine. Just lonely.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess we could continue. Yep.
Yeah, there's not really... It's probably best to keep traveling.
All right.
Okay.
In that case, bright and early, the sun shining down upon you, you continue your way through the unusually lively Barovian countryside. You are coming out of the swampy area of Berez that is that was overrun with the flood a century or so ago, and you are approaching forest once more. So while you are traveling, does anybody have any skill sets that they can use to help with this encounter roll as you approach Solenka Pass?
Let me see
Other than-
here.
Yeah, other than like, oh wait, let me see what spells I could prepare in at long rest.
Yeah, same. That was exactly the same thing I was looking through.
I'm working on mine right now.
I'm going to swap out Ensnaring Strike for Speak with Animals.
That works too. You did have a long rest, so you could have changed it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So much stuff. Why is there so many spells in the spell list?
Yeah, I know, right? So how many?
Being prepared spellcaster is such a pain.
13. Okay, 13 spells.
You guys get to do it every long rest. I only get to swap out one.
Yep. As you're looking at that, I will say, as you're traveling, you also notice, while the area is much less swampy, you can also tell that there's a bit of a chill entering the air. You have begun ascending a very long, slow, steep up the mountainside. And you can see that there are the bits of remains of ice that you can begin to see in the Luna River as it passes by you. Nothing glacial yet, but yeah, there are little bits of ice. You imagine further up the mountainside, you'll start getting to cold weather.
Yeah, I'll just take Speak with Animal thing. I'll swap out. Oh. Wait, can I cast Animal Messenger again?
Oh yeah.
I wanna tell them to go to the Amber Temple and see if they can find Casimir. I can give them a rough description of him. So
Okay.
yeah, I will.
Do you want to pick a flying animal this time?
Yeah, I won't do Descartes because I want him to stay safe.
Yeah, he's been sort of hiding inside your jacket.
Yeah.
You feel him purring every once in a while when he wakes up. Eats little hunks of meat when he wakes up. Just having a good old time.
Yeah, I'll send it as we're crossing that bridge. I'll just say, we're nearly here. I only hope that you are still alive. Know that we're at the base now. We'll be there soon, and there's still hope. That's the message.
I have a question.
Yeah?
After we prepare spells, could I cast this as a ritual and just straight up ask my god, hey, is the guy still alive and alright?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can have done that first thing in the morning. So I will say the animal messenger will go off before you reach the bridge, because the bridge is a little involved. There's going to be an encounter there.
Okay.
But you can absolutely send that off when you see the bridge up in the distance. As for the divination spell, you can absolutely do divination first thing in the morning. So you produce the holy symbol of Ravenkind as your spellcasting focus, and you offer a prayer to Lathander. Contact with a god or god servants. You ask a single question concerning a specific goal or event to occur within 7 days. The DM offers a truthful reply. The reply might be a short phrase, cryptic rhyme, or an omen. Spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So this is your first time today, so there's no penalty to it. What is your question for Lathander?
What was the guy called again that we were searching for? Casimir. Is Casimir still alive at the Ember Temple?
The response you get in return is living. Yes.
I feel like there's several questions at one time. So I guess I would say, is he still at the Ember Temple?
Oh, if he's still at the Ember Temple, the answer is yes.
Because I feel like it's a single question, and what I asked was several questions. Is he alive and is he at the Ember Temple? So
you could say, is he living at the Ember Temple?
He's not living at the Ember Temple.
Or is he alive at the Ember Temple? I don't know.
I guess that's what I asked.
Is
he waiting at the Ember Temple? Because you can't wait to admit it.
Oh, okay.
I guess you can in this world.
The answer you get to that question then is he is not waiting, but he is at the Ember Temple.
Okay. So we're not too late. That's good to know. I thank you, Lord Lieutenant.
You have the feeling of a cheeky smile.
He is happy that he got himself a Skizix as a follower. He did it, he broke the rules, and it has not exploded the whole universe yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yet.
Yeah. So you continue on your way. So there is a stretch that you're going to be traveling on. It is daytime, so we're going to roll on the nicer table for the encounter here. The divination was about Casimir, so it'll be a flat roll, unless there is a skill anybody would like to use to assist Diana with this, leading the party.
I don't think so, no. Maybe perception, maybe, just, looking around. I'm pretty perceptive.
You are fairly perceptive.
I have a 19 passive.
19 passive is not bad. This is going to be something you're going to encounter on. You could potentially encounter on the road. So make me a perception check. If it's above a 15, you can have assist Diana in her looking.
But I'm hibiki.
That's a crit fail.
I don't roll over a 10.
So unfortunately, whatever it is you will encounter, you won't spot in time for it to matter.
I mean, Rory is still up in the air, so no offense, but I feel like she would be the one to check.
All right,
also makes sense.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. That's a pretty weak one. What is 20?
Yeah. So Diana, you can have advantage on this roll. So let's get 2 encounter rolls.
Considering that the harder one during night was a bear that died before it could do anything.
So that's going to be an 11.
That was a D20 instead of a D12.
Oh, it was, yeah. Because that's an 18 or a 9. So that is going to be... Alright. There will be an inanimate object, or there will be some plants. Some interesting plant encounters. So do you want to encounter something non-living or something plant-based? If you're talking, Abby, we cannot hear you.
Oh god, I was muted.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Yeah, part of me wants to go for the plant, because I know Volk specifically has something with plants. So that's the tree bane is good against plants.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, in the instance that they might be like tree bites or something, we'll go for the plant.
Okay. So you
can rid
spot...
Barovia. Yes, right.
No. What were you saying?
I just say we can rid Barovia of whatever evil plants might be wandering around.
Okay. Very good, very good. So with that, we'll jump back to the random encounter page. We may not have a fight, you never know. But you can spot, with Rory's help, you can spot what's up ahead. Rory, you see what seems to be a gaggle of people. There's 5 people up ahead, but from with your sight and your you have the knave's eye patch, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So looking through the amethyst on the eye patch, your dark no, that's Diana with the low light vision.
Yeah, I thought I had the
my apologies.
The eye patch because it's light now.
I'm trying to describe things artfully, and I'm doing a very poor job. Rory, you can spot that these people, there's something weird about them. It looks like they have, they look like just regular Barovian commoners, but you can see that all over their bodies, they're not wearing much clothing. There are these green veins, varicose veins, just sort of crisscrossing all over their features, and their eyes are sort of, they're open, but they don't seem to be actually spotting anything. And Diana, you can see them up ahead. Through your little amethyst eye patch.
Oy.
So they just kind of like plant zombies in a way?
Well, that is one way to describe them. They seem to be shambling. There isn't much coordination to their movements, but there's a gaggle of 5 people just sort of walking down the path next to the river.
Okay, let's go up and investigate, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
That, to me, sounds like a stealth check. So is anybody like to make a stealth check to jump ahead? You can certainly do so.
I would love so. It was by +2 stealth.
Yeah.
My non-flank friends.
26.
26. Okay.
Don't worry, Abby.
That's a 9 from Hibiki for Ireena. Wow, Hibiki, you are rolling.
Yeah, today's not my day.
It's a classic.
No,
day.
I used all my luck earlier. I played Warhammer 40k and I couldn't roll under a 3 on a d6. Now I cannot roll over a 5? So yeah. That's it. All my luck for the day.
The stat sheet for these things. This is a creature from Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, so I can always open the PDF if I can't find it. I did program them into the game. I don't remember what they're called, though. There it is. All right. Let me read this real quick. Okie doke. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I'm going to roll a perception check for these things. I'm going to turn on toggle so you don't know what they're called right away. So they're going to make a perception check. not a great skill of theirs. Not very wise creatures. Okay, so even with Ileena stomping around behind you, these things don't seem to notice you. They rolled very poorly. So you are able to get up nice and close and personal to have a nice long look at these things unnoticed. As I said, they are sort of shambling along fairly aimlessly. It looks like they're just heading downhill alongside the quickly speeding up stream of the Luna River. So what would you like to do? You have gotten within 30 feet of them without being noticed.
I suppose, can we just observe them a bit? What are they? You know what? Actually, we're quite out of time for this. I think, if possible, we can just avoid them, and they don't seem to be doing much, really.
Sure. If you would just like to wait it out, you certainly can.
No, I think if we can just get around them, just back up a bit, take a wider berth.
Okay.
They don't seem to be. How quick do we estimate them moving?
They don't seem to be hindered in the way that zombies are. They seem to have a regular human movement. They mostly just seem to not have much direction to them.
Okay.
So they can move about as fast as a person, a regular human. They just don't seem to have much of an aim at the moment.
Alright. Do they look like they're weak to fire?
Make me a... That sounds to me like a nature check, because you're trying to discern the potential weaknesses of a natural creature.
Yeah. 17.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be the case.
Okay.
Whatever is plant-y about these, it's sort of inside of a fleshy human body.
Yeah, okay, I think we just try and avoid them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree with you there.
Okay. Would anybody else like to make any more observations before they head off? And continue on your way.
I don't think so, at least for me.
All right. In that case, you skirt around. Now I need to scroll up to a different stat sheet. Since you have avoided them, there is going to be another one nearby, potentially. I just need to double check. Yeah, since you didn't spend a lot of time checking them out, I would like you, Diana, to roll me a luck roll to see if you stumble across something. So that's going to be a d20. Ooh. If it is below a 10, you will run into this. Okay, you're fine.
Okay, 13.
You skirt around it. You make me a perception check, actually, as well.
Perception? 9.
Yeah, okay, so you don't even notice it. You make your way away from the river, and you continue on your way. Very anticlimactic. Sorry for the waste of time.
No, it's good.
It's all fine, don't worry.
It's all good, it's all good. So you continue on your way. Also, Volk had to step away for a moment.
Okay.
With that, you continue on your way up the river. At this point, there are full... You can see bits of snow and ice chunks now floating down the river. It's dropped in temperature. It's going to be around 13 degrees Celsius or so. Chilly enough that you're going to want a jacket, but not to the point where you're going to have to start worrying about like water freezing in your skins or anything like that. As you reach the end of the river, and you can look up. I'm actually going to drop something in our journal now because you have reached a new landmark.
Ooh.
So
that's not happened for a while.
Yeah, in the overhead, the lands of Barovia, I'm going to drop the Solanka Pass pictures. So there's one for vibes, and there's one that's more of a schematic, if you will, to have a more clear picture of what you're looking at. So you are at the base. You're at the river. About 100 feet or so up above you, you can see the path that winds its way down from the old Svalak road. You can see that it has been climbing up precipitously as it went. And so about 100 feet up above you on a cliff, there is a gatehouse. There are 2 large towers, and you could just barely see gargoyles up there, sort of staring down at the pathway all around. But you are 100 feet down. There's a sheer cliff face in front of you that goes up about 100 feet. You would have to either find a way to mount that cliff face, or you can continue following the river up and then try to find a way around via the Luna Lake. It's up to you. Or you can double back around. That's also an option.
Gargoyles, my one true friend. My kin.
At least
Yeah,
2 of
I
you can
don't-
fly. So that would be helpful.
I think Rory has gone
Yeah.
in gargoyle mode like 5 times at least in this campaign.
It's true.
Could Volk,
I think more.
could Volk turn into a big flying thing and get us over?
I'm back. Yes, I can.
So there are...
I could turn into a giant pteranodon.
Perfect. What is the strength of a giant
Quetzalcoatl.
Or a Quetzalcoatl. What is the strength of a Quetzalcoatl?
I'm not sure, but it's like a 4x4.
Yeah, it should be pretty high roll.
Because there's 6 humanoids. All of you are definitely over 100 pounds. Some of you significantly heavier than that.
Strength is 15 plus 2.
15. Okay, so that's...
Rory's just barely over 110.
It's a
Yeah.
huge beast. I think we've previously established I can carry like 4 people.
Yeah,
We
so I'd have to-
definitely like 3 on it for the hack fight.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few too many people. You could maybe do 3 people, but then there's going to be 3 people still who would need to be
Rory.
carried. Well, 2.
Nice.
I mean-
because Rory can fly.
I can polymorph someone.
That's true.
You can also fly
I've
twice.
done this before.
That's true.
We've done this before. I polymorphed someone. I think I polymorphed Ireena
Yeah.
into
so-
someone into a creature that could carry 2 things.
Into an owl, yes. When you met Shadow Redmond in the area over by the woods over by Yester Hill. Or
So
sorry,
is the-
Woods
Yeah.
Woods.
Question, is the plan right now that we just fly up the pass?
That's entirely possible.
Because I feel like that would be a ginormous save time. Because
Yeah.
I have to go
Oh, yeah.
all the way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's...
And we only have polymorph for like an hour, so we can't go all the way, I don't think.
With
Yeah.
polymorph, you
Well-
can get to the top of the cliff, but you're still going to have to pass through the gatehouse.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I can cast polymorph. I have, I think, 3. Yeah, I have 3 level 4 spell slots, so we can do it for 3 hours, basically.
I have it as well,
If
so I
we
can
want
take
to
over
wait.
if we need more time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we want to use all of my spell slots for all of my polymorph spell slots.
So I will say, with an hour, that'll be able to get you to the top of the cliff face quite comfortably, and get you to the outside of the bridge, or the pass. If you want to bypass the bridge entirely, you can burn up more spell slots to continue flying right over.
Yeah, so I will turn whoever chooses to become a creature, I will turn them into a giant eagle, which has an intelligence of 8 and a strength of 16.
Okay. Any volunteers? Ireena is down for it. She liked being able to fly before.
Yeah, I'll go with Ireena.
Before she's transformed, she will look at you, Rory, with a bit of jealousy in her eyes as she looks at you and she says, I really do like flying. It's so nice.
Well, maybe one day I will try to lift a bit, and I can carry you. But right now, well, these arms are definitely not strong enough to
You're
carry
saying
anything.
we'll be gym buddies, we'll get ripped.
Hmm?
We'll be gym buddies, we'll get ripped.
I mean, she's already ripped, so Rory is...
Shucks.
Oh,
She'd
if
be
you
like,
want to help me out with that, I wouldn't mind, my dear.
I could teach you to lift.
Small steps still.
Oh, you
Right
guys
now,
are fine.
a sack of potatoes might be a bit too much for my frail body.
Yeah, she
Redmond
squeezes
can be
your arm. She says, they're a bit noodly.
Slightly.
But you have strength in other ways. Like your pretty face. She pats you on the cheek.
I don't know how to feel about that.
She says, what? I can't nag my...
You guys are cute. Also, a great thing about the giant eagle, understands common.
Perfect.
Ooh.
That is much better than the giant owl she was last time and could not barely understand you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because... actually, no. Giant owl understands common, elvish, and sylvan, but can't speak them.
Well, I may have roleplayed that poorly.
But the giant eagle is CR1, which means she'll be a little more powerful
Good. Good to know.
than the CR1 quarter owl.
All right.
Volk waves their hands about, makes the incantation. What is the thing for polymorph? Let me just open it up really.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Polymorph. A caterpillar cocoon. So, out of one of their little pockets, they pull a caterpillar cocoon and kind of like touch it to Ireena's face.
Yeah,
and
she is
with
disturbed.
with a poof of, I think, like, leaves and vines and things sprout up around her and kind of cover her form, and then they keep growing, and then they fall away, and there's a gigantic eagle in her place.
Gorgeous, majestic eagle who will gladly carry some people up the mountainside. One person on the back, one in each claw.
Is she golden?
She is golden. Of course she is.
She is only large. While I am...
Yeah, she would be able to carry 2 then. If you're huge, you can do 3.
But it's fine, because we had 3 people left.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So with that, and you only use 1 4th level spell slot, right?
Yes.
All right. So with that, you head up the cliff face. The spell is just beginning to, it's cresting the edge as you reach the area right before the pass. So I will move us now to a different map. So the polymorph.
Can you go back to the larger map for just a sec?
Sure.
And can you move our token to where we are now?
Yep. You're about between these two, essentially.
So we moved from here to here, and that took an hour.
Well, you were flying up a cliff, a very steep cliff.
True.
Time is odd in Barovia. You may see old adventurers come back and something lands between.
Yeah, they both creatures have an 80-foot fly speed.
Okay. Then I will say, when you reach the towers, or when you reach the gatehouse, there's probably a good 20 minutes left on the polymorph if you would like to keep it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of look to Ireena, like, do you want to keep up the bird?
She'll probably nod and shrug a bit. She's game.
I mean, we can
still bird.
Keep going past it anyways.
True. So, yeah.
All right, let's go.
We're not on the battle map yet. I will now describe what you see at Solanka Pass. And then you can choose if you want to fly past it and ignore it. Where is it? Solanka Pass. There we go.
What awaits? What does await us?
The shelf of rock upon which the mountain road clings grows narrow. To your left, you can see icy cliffs rising sharply towards dark roiling clouds. To your right, the ground falls away into a sea of fog. Except there is no fog currently, because you killed Strahd. Ahead, through the wind and light snow, you can see a high wall of black stone lined with spikes and topped with statues of demonic vultures and horned heads. Set in the center of the wall is a closed iron portcullis, behind which burns a curtain of green flame. On the other side of the dark wall, gripping the mountain's edge, is a guard tower of white stone topped by golden statues of mighty warriors. So you see there is a tall gatehouse staring down at you, with stone warriors looking down at you. You see the gatehouse, or the gate itself, is guarded by two demonic vultures statues up at the tippy top. And through the iron portcullis there is a curtain of green flame that guards the roadway forward.
Fascinating.
Fascinating indeed.
I feel like if there's a there's some symbolism to this thing, we should probably pass through it. Just,
It's not too good to investigate it either way. I don't want that screen fire shooting off and shooting us down.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I agree.
We have a bit more time on the polymorph, so you can absolutely get nice and close and investigate.
Yeah, what is there any heat coming off the fire?
Yeah, so you can approach. The iron portcullis is closed, and other than flying, there's no real way around this because the gate goes from cliff face to sheer cliff face. So this is the only way through if you're on foot. You would have to make your way through the iron portcullis, and the flame is about 20 feet from you, about 20 feet away from the iron portcullis. You can't feel any heat, but you don't know if that's just because it's generally cold up here so the heat doesn't travel, or if the flame actually doesn't have any heat.
Can we look around for... Sorry, go ahead.
They said that this was to prevent anyone not purified from travelling through. Perhaps this flame is some mystical way of enforcing that.
That would make sense.
I'm just gonna reach out and touch the flame.
It is about 20 feet past the iron portcullis.
Oh, we're coming from that direction. Okay.
Yeah, the bridge is up ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You've passed the bridge. You're headed the other way.
Really?
Wait a minute. No, it's backwards. You haven't passed the bridge yet.
Okay, yeah, so we're coming from
Yes, sorry.
this direction.
You're coming from the south on the map. Is that
Alright.
actually the south? No, you're coming from the west on the map. Which is the down of the map. You're coming
Yeah,
down from the map
okay.
going up.
That makes sense. Okay, why don't we just fly over and see if there's a way to bring this podcast up?
No,
Or I
really.
suppose we
Wait,
can
right?
just fly over.
Mia, what you missed is
Sounds...
you arrived at the outside of the gatehouse. You have about 20 minutes left on the polymorph, so you could fly everybody over, but you wanted to investigate first. There is a tall black wall of stone which blocks the cliff face to cliff face. There's an iron portcullis pulled down. There's a green flame about 20 feet behind the iron portcullis, and there's a guard tower. The wall with the gate has two vulture statues up at the top that have a fiendish quality to them. And then there's also various angelic guardians on the tower just on the other side of the gatehouse. Or, sorry, the gatehouse past the wall.
Considering past experience with statues coming to life in the crypt and gargoyles, especially, do any of these statues look like they might be coming to life from
Sounds like a religion check to me.
a relationship? I should try to get better religion. 14. Could be worse.
Okay. Let me just check real quick something. Pay me no
How do I
mind.
do it? Oh yeah, right, because clerics have like no proficiencies. I went
Yeah.
down from 8 to like 4.
Yep. Well, you were a rogue first, which them and bards are sort of the proficiency masters.
Yeah, but it's so little. To be fair, I also got 2 skills to get expert in something, so...
With that, you don't know what they are with the 14. But you know that these statues they are sculpted after a type of demon. You can't pinpoint it exactly, but they are very clearly statues reminiscent of demons from the Abyss.
Oh.
You can't pinpoint who they are or what they're supposed to be. You also can't pinpoint whether they actually would be animate or not. You know that a lot of creatures of the Abyss have ability to disguise themselves, but you can't tell at a distance whether that's the case with these things.
So it's not like they are different from the statues that I saw before, like the gargoyles and the
these aren't your traditional gargoyles. These are very clearly sculpted to look like a specific demon of the Abyss. But with the 14, you can't pinpoint who that would be or what those would be.
Well, most of the party is still riding people, so I guess I could go up to like one of the statues on the guard post.
Very well.
On the road.
You fly up to the gatehouse, and I'm going to have to read a thing real quick. The gatehouse portcullis. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. You reach the top of the wall. There we go. Yes, you reach the top of the wall, and you can now get up close and personal with these things. These are hideously ugly gargoyles. They look a bit like Skeksis from the Black Crystal, or the Dark Crystal, if you're familiar. They look like shriveled old humans with vulture features and big wings, and they're each carrying a massive spear. And you see that their eyes are pointed directly down the pathway, staring at the people down below. But as you get up to them, you see that they appear to be completely stone, as far as you can tell.
Oh. Well, that's convenient.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I hope.
Let's keep it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Touch one of them.
Would you like to do anything else?
I would like to touch one.
All right. You can absolutely approach this statue, and you can reach up and you can touch it. Roll me a perception check.
I guess it's more like feeling perception.
Oh, yeah, or you can make an investigation. It's up to you. You're just trying to tell.
I mean, you know what perception is better,
so
but
it is, yeah.
I feel like investigation would be more reasonable here. 19.
Yeah. The stone is cold. It doesn't really give under your fingertips. It's a smooth stone. It feels like it could be limestone, which is weird up here in the mountain. But yeah, it's a smooth, cold stone that's been here a long ass time. You can see that there's snow piled up on all of the horizontal surfaces up here. It doesn't look like they've been here any different amount of time as the rest of the top of this gate. What I'm saying is they don't seem to have moved any more recently than the rest of the wall, is what I mean. It's just they're a weird stone texture to be in amongst the rest of this granite.
Alright.
You've been cold.
That doesn't seem ominous at all.
I think interesting on the other one that's like up here. It's statues.
Sorry, what was that?
On top of the normal tower.
Okay, if you're going to fly up to the other tower, as soon as you pass the threshold of the gate, as soon as you pass beyond the gaze of the statues to the other side, you hear a cracking sound, and you can peek back behind you, and you can see that the layer of stone over these things cracks as they begin to animate and turn to attack you. And I would like everybody to
fucking knew it.
That's a god.
I figured that was going to happen.
Yep.
Yep.
But still.
You can drag your tokens onto the map just as placeholders real quick. I'm going to move this large map to the back.
That's why there's a more detailed map underneath with like drawn in. Haha.
To back. And then I'll move this map.
I guess it would be like, oh god. Oh.
Okay. Now I need to line up the grid so we don't get sick. If you have motion sickness, don't look at the screen for the next second. Okie doke. There we go. Okay. Yes. So Rory, you are up. You have just passed the statues, and I will have them roll initiative.
I should be a 4x4, and Ireena should be a 3x3.
Okay.
Ireena,
3x3.
Oh,
Ireena has about 20 turns left as an eagle. So she's a 2x2. You are a 3x3.
20 minutes? More like 200.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. 200 rounds of combat as a giant eagle. But of course she can revert anytime you would like her to revert.
Yeah. Large is 2x2, and huge is 3x3.
And now that they have animated, I can drop their picture in the overhead so you can see what they look like. Initiative.
Thank you for the link to the eagle, by the way.
You're welcome.
Yep.
That wasn't me. Never mind.
Is the bigger map just like a bunch of blurry shapes to everybody else, or is that just
that might be Roll20 being stupid. I learned a thing. Apparently, they automatically convert all images you import into bitmaps, which causes problems when it's a JPEG that's being imported. So because this map is a JPEG, it gets really blurry randomly because it upscales it to a bitmap, which doesn't always work well with compression. Overhead. You know what? You can just see the name of it. It's unlikely any of you will know what it is.
spooky?
Oh, you think no one?
I know what this thing is.
Those look like the dudes from the Dark Crystal.
Yeah, I read them.
I know what this thing is because it is the demon with the lowest charisma check. So when you're casting summon demon, if your DC is 20, this thing can't succeed against you because it has a -1. Sorry, I won't spoil any of its stats. I know this.
That's
yeah, sorry. One of my warlocks use these as mounts, so I know the stat block inside and out.
Okay. Well,
I
that ruins the fun of it.
But it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, they don't have spears. The description
will
in here
not
said they have spears, but they don't have spears in their stats.
Better.
I mean, the stone statues have spears, but the thing doesn't have, I guess.
That's true. We'll say that the spears are part of their petrification. So the stones crumble away as they turn to you, Rory. So you can be within 20 feet of them on the other side of them. But as soon as you pass them, they started waking up. So you had about under 6 seconds of flight before they animated and will make attacks on you. So if you would like to place yourself within 20 squares of the Vrox up here.
That would make sense that I would be here because it's like right next to the other tower.
Yeah, you do have a bit of time to keep flying. So as soon as you pass them, you would have heard the crack. But I will say you got about 5 seconds so about 20 feet if you want to be farther away.
How fast they are, but I would go up to like here.
That works. Yes. So Ireena's definitely going to be on the path. I believe that's everybody else. Is that everybody that we want to have partaking in the combat? Do we want to bring Echo into this or anybody else?
No, Echo's going to sit out.
Okay.
So we've got Diana, Ilena, me and Rory.
I think we have everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have sorted by descending order. It looks like everybody's in the right order. We have Diana, we have Rory, we have Ilena. I don't have Volk. What was your initiative, Volk?
I did not roll initiative. Let me just go and do that.
Okay, 11.14. That'll put you right after Rory. I think that's everybody now. That is everybody now. I'm going to sort that again because we go in alphabetical order. Okay. So Diana, you are up first. You can see you heard the crack. You saw that the vulture gargoyles came to life as soon as Rory passed the threshold of the gate. And they have turned on her.
Okay.
First off, perception check from you.
All right. 17.
17. Okay. With that, you can see that there is an inscription that you can see. It is in a language I don't think you speak. You speak Abyssal.
Yeah, I do speak Abyssal.
You do speak Abyssal. Hell yeah. In that case,
cool.
You didn't spot it before because you were more looking at the architecture. But there is it's a harsh script, but it's very small, almost buried in snow. But you can see it above the gate. There's a small inscription. It is, "May those who wish to ascend the mountain pass the trial of flame."
She'll just read this saying, "I don't know how we're supposed to pass the trial of flame if we can't even reach the flame." I will, let's see, what's the distance between these bars? How wide are they?
Yeah,
Is the gap?
it's about a foot wide. Echo could probably fit through there, but you would have a hard time as a medium creature getting through there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I said 20 feet last time, but flame is about 10 feet past the bars.
Okay.
Also, you still don't feel heat from it, even though it's closer.
All right. I think I'll just say I think these gargoyles must be a defense of some kind. Rory, perhaps if you just go towards the flame, you need to pass the trial of flame.
Okay.
And I'll try. Would it be possible for me to climb the vertical? The horizontal gates like a ladder and try and get up on top like that?
Absolutely, you can. Not even that difficult of a check. The squares are about a foot across. That's like easy rock climbing handholds. You can get up there.
Okay. And how much? I would have 50 feet of movement on my first turn, so I can get there with 30.
I will say when you reach the top of the portcullis, because this was built by competent architects who knew something about defense, the portcullis is recessed in very steep, sort of angled stone. So climbing past the portcullis is going to be really difficult, but no extra movement to climb up to the top of the portcullis.
I will try and use my bonus action and dash and get up past the portcullis.
That'll be an athletics check, please. This is going to be fairly difficult because, again, this was built by competent siege people. Let's say it's fairly difficult, built by siege people. We'll say it's an 18.
18.
These would have been the people that built this would have known something about castle defense, so
15%.
they know how to stop climbing.
10.
Okay.
Nope.
So you reach the top of the portcullis. You prepare to leap up to the next handhold, but you're going to have to leap backwards. So I would like you to roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay. 11. That's a 2.
So you're going to miss the handhold, and you're going to take a d6 of damage as you fall back down.
Oh boy.
That's not bad. Not bad.
4 bludgeoning damage as you miss your handhold and land back down on the ground next to Ileena. Hereabout.
I'll move
and you spent your movement, you spent your action, the dash, trying to dash. You missed the jump. Any bonus actions you would like to do?
No, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it there.
Okay. We then come to the first Vrok's turn. So this Vrok is going to turn on you, Rory. Do you speak Abyssal?
No.
Okay.
I speak Infernal.
Then you hear it growl something guttural at you that you can't tell if it's a language or not. It's both a growl and a chirp at the same time. It's hard to explain, much harder to make with the human throat, but I can assure you it's horrifying. The creature is then going to spread its wings and fly towards you. It is then going to take a deep breath and is going to let out a horrendous, stinky breath of green spores and gas towards you. I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
I'm not awful at those anymore. Never mind.
With a crit fail, you are.
Oh boy!
You are going to take it doesn't have it in here, so I'm going to have to type this manually. A 1d10 poison. Slash R1d10.
I mean, it's start of my turn, but it's right after, so.
1.
So at the start of your turn, you're going to take 1 poison damage, and you are poisoned. Okay. So all the information's there, where relevant. Your turn is next, so we will jump there next. That was its action to use its spores. It has used its recharge ability, so we then jump to Rory's turn. So at the start of your turn, you take 1 point of poison damage. And you are poisoned for...
Until I make the save, basically, or I use Holy Water. Did I have Holy Water? I thought I prepared Holy Water.
Yeah, I don't think you've used it. You've definitely got some as treasure before.
I don't remember. I think I have not put it in my...
There were 3 vials in
For some reason I have
Esmeralda's
not put
cart.
it in my inventory, but I remember that I used a lot of the downtime to just make like dozens of vials of Holy Water.
You wouldn't have gotten it from Esmeralda's cart because Selena blew up Esmeralda's cart. Never mind.
Yeah, but Rory made some in...
True.
Oh no, wait, she spent like basically the whole time doing wedding preparations and making incense.
Legend lore, right. For the legend lore and what is
that's why I don't have it, because you decided to do something else with that.
Very good.
I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on the thing, so
Okay.
make me Dexterity save throw for this
A
one.
dexterity saving throw. It has advantage.
On Dexterity saves.
It does against spells. That is a 13, so it's still going to fail.
20 Radiant.
20 radiant. There are no vulnerabilities to radiant, which is good for the Vrock.
Then I guess since 25 feet would be down here at the gate, I would be like down on the ground floor.
Okay.
Looking at the green flames that I need to overcome somehow.
So you fly down and land next to the green flames. You are going to make another saving throw, I believe.
Yeah, another saving throw against poison.
At the end of your turn.
I'm still
11,
poisoned.
So you are still poisoned. I would like, or what would you like Ireena to do?
I mean, who is she carrying actually, by the way?
She would have dropped you when you reached up here because you wanted to investigate the gates. So she can pick somebody up if she wants to move somebody. That's okay.
Ireena would not have carried Rory.
No. She probably would have been carrying. She's the smaller one. She probably would have been carrying Diana and Esmeralda. And then Volk was bigger, so Volk probably would have been carrying Redmond and Echo and Diana.
Well, the eagle is pretty that fast. She will go up to the eagle, to the rock that attacked me, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
And she has 2 attacks, Beaks and Talons.
Yeah.
Both with +5.
Are her attacks magical while she is polymorphed?
Pretty sure not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, this one doesn't have it.
Yeah, no.
So this is the beak attack, this is the claw attack.
Okay, so the 24 will hit, but it will definitely have resistance to this attack.
For 11 non-magical slashing.
So it does not hurt as much as Ireena would like it to be. And this Vrock then turns on Ireena, having spent its spores for the round, to engage Ireena in combat. So Volk, you look up and you see that the vulture gargoyles have come to life. Ireena is engaged in a fight with one of them. What would you like to do? You can fly. You are currently Quetzalcoatl.
Yes. I am going to fly up and attack, I guess.
Okay.
That's the thing that makes sense. Let me open up my Quetzalcoatl. Add polymorph open on my thing.
It is
sorry,
about
that's
40
not
feet
bad.
up, so you can very easily get up there.
Yeah, no, that's easy. So Quetzalcoatl flies up and straight forward, and then I have a +4 to hit.
Beautiful.
Stop. There we go. Roll 1d20 +4.
An 18 will certainly
18.
hit. And your attacks
Alright.
are magical because you are a moon druid, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reach 10. Cool.
Oh, so you don't even have to be within
okay.
range of it. So if you would like to be a little way
No.
back, you certainly can be.
Probably because the Quetzalcoatlus has a very long beak. If the Quetzalcoatlus flew at least 30 feet toward the target immediately before the hit, the target takes an extra 10.
You certainly did. You flew straight to the ground up at it. So you can roll your extra charge damage.
All right, so 3d6 plus another 3d6 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 6 d6 plus 2. That's a nice number.
Ooh, 23, yeah. That's not nothing.
Magical piercing damage.
Yeah. So this giant prehistoric bird rockets up and spears into the rock with your beak and you pierce through the vulture's stony hide. And this creature turns on you with rage in its tiny pinprick eyes. And you see it inhales too, as if to release another cloud.
So flyby. They keep going up.
Okay, how high would you like to be? It's 40 feet to get up there.
Yeah, no, so 40 feet up and then another 40 feet.
Okay, so you are 80 feet in the air currently.
Yes.
Good to know. Let's just add a little tracker here, because it may be relevant for abilities in a moment. So you are 8 feet up, and Ireena is 40 feet up. Boop. Okay, is that the end of your turn?
I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So with flyby, the Quetzalcoatlus rockets up into the sky and wheels around for another attack. The Vrock makes a deep inhale as it prepares its next attack as we come to Ilena. So Ilena,
right.
You see Diana tried to scale the wall. She fell off as she tried to reach for the next handhold after the portcullis. You're looking at the portcullis. Make me a... You're familiar with siege equipment.
I am familiar with siege
Why don't you make me a history check?
History? Sure.
Because you're familiar with encampments. 17. Okay.
17?
So you know gatehouses like this. They would be made with cold rolled iron. Would be what the portcullis is made out of, which means it's going to be very hard, but also has the chance to be brittle. That's what you would know about the construction of this portcullis.
Okay. I think we do I have a line of sight on the rock?
From where you are, you would, yes. There's a bit of an overhang, so if you're closer than 10 feet to the portcullis, you won't be able to see them, but from where you are, you can just barely see them over the lip. Or at least you can see this one. The other one flew out of your line of sight.
I would like to cast Banishment.
Okay. Well, the realm is currently open, which means it won't automatically fail. What does this rock have to do?
A charisma saving
throw. Okay, charisma saving throw. It has advantage, and it is proficient. So let's see how this goes. That's going to be a 16, which I believe saves.
A 16?
Unless your spell save DC is wrong there.
It's 17. My spell save DC is 17, okay. so barely fails.
So explain to me what the verbal, somatic, and material components of this are. Well, obviously your material component would be your which you can now attune to because you are lawful good.
Yes, I did that in my how is it called, in my long rest, I guess.
Yeah, it would have taken a short rest, but absolutely you can.
Well, I guess I could have done it as part of the long rest due to my long rest, being only 4 hours.
Very true.
So yeah, I'll just be looking at it and going like, we are in somewhat of a rush. If you could please adjust. It goes. It goes.
You hear a faint popping noise as this rock disappears.
Does it go back to its realm of origin, or it just goes back into the demi-plane?
I don't believe you would have a way to know as the caster
Alright.
of the spell.
I just wanted
things
to
would
describe
be-
my cool demi-plane.
Okay, fair enough. You know that these things are not native to Barovia.
Oh, okay.
You know that these things are
Well-
from the Abyss because they're demons. Which means,
Okay.
in all
Well,
likelihood, it went back to the Abyss.
Yeah. If it went to a demi-plane, it's just, how I first, when I communed, I saw Bahamut as like an enormous hall of platinum.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how it looks.
Fantastic.
Yep, that's it. That's it
Okay.
for my turn, I guess.
So for 1 minute, is this concentration? It is concentration. If the concentration is broken, I assume it will reappear. But if you remain
If the concentration
for a
is-
whole minute, it will stay there
it's-
forever and can't come back.
It depends. So, if the target is native to a different plane of existence than the one I'm on, the target is banished was banished for the faint popping noise, returning to its home plane. If the spell ends before 1 minute, yes, I need to.
So you need to remain concentrated for a minute to make it permanent.
Yes.
Otherwise, it will come back. So I'm going to put a little counter here. 1 minute is 60 rounds.
No, it's just 10.
It's 10 rounds.
10 rounds.
Never
10.
mind. I can math real well.
1 minute is 60 seconds.
Okay. So it is banished for 10 rounds.
Yeah, I think he knew that 1 minute was 60 seconds, but
Did that.
it was somewhere.
Listen, I'm an artist, not a math.
Fair point.
He poofs out of here with a audible popping noise. And we. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Nope, that's it. That's it for my turn, I guess.
So on its turn, it spends its round back in the Abyss. We come back to the top of the order with Diana. So you can see Diana through the portcullis. Rory has landed on the other side of the green flame. You can see her through the curtain of green flame. You yourself, it's only going to take 5 movement to stand back up because of your swords. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I'll stand back up and I'll say to Ilena, do you have any idea how we might be able to get through her? Then they might be vulnerable to thermal shock.
I'm unsure of that.
Hmm.
Do I know anything? Does my deity's power curse through me and I would know the...
On your turn, you can make
Yeah, I
another
don't
check,
think-
but I will say,
Okay, sure.
because of your education in siegecraft, you would know that these are particularly resistant to bludgeoning damage, the cold iron of it. But if you're able to do more of like a point burst, like a shatter, would be particularly damaging to iron infrastructure.
So I'll just say that we would need to have something that damages in a small... that does a lot of damage in a small area.
I don't think I have anything. I don't think I have anything that could do such a thing. I think I'll just I don't know. I don't want to waste a fireball on it. So let me look at my inventory. Yeah, no exposure to anything.
No.
I'll just I'll cast Fairy Fire on the remaining threat.
You would have
I
to back
imagine
up.
it-
You don't quite have line of sight.
Okay.
But you can absolutely...
Back up 5 points.
Yeah, it's going to be a good 10 feet or so behind Ileena. Would get you enough to see it engage with Ireena.
Yeah, I'll cast Fairy Fire. It's a pretty
What
low
is the
DC.
range on Fairy Fire?
I believe it's 120.
Okay,
or
then
at
it
least
would absolutely be within the range.
Yeah, it's 60. Is that enough?
Ooh. No. It's 40 feet up.
No.
To get line of sight on it, you would have to back up enough that with the Pythagorean theorem, it's a little out of range for fairy fire.
Okay. I won't do that then. I don't know. I will fire 2 silvered arrows up at the rock.
Yeah. As you draw your bow, make me a religion check.
19.
You sense the opposite of disapproval, as you draw the bow. There's an understanding that times are dire, but as you draw the arrow back to your ear, and as the creak of the wood reminds you of Diana the Huntress, you get another still small voice in your heart that says, "This isn't really an honorable way to fight, is it?" And you know that what a dancer should do is face her foes head on, with blades alone. But you're not prevented from doing this attack. You have a bit of pang of conscience.
In that case, then I won't. I'll try. I guess I'll try scaling the wall again.
Okay.
Would there be any easier? Could I go up the mountainside perhaps and use that, and then jump over onto the?
Well, being intelligent architects, they knew that they weren't going to build this near easily climbable walls. But I will say you don't have to make a leap this time, so it will only be one check to get all the way up. You won't have to climb halfway and then make a check.
Just one athletics?
One athletics.
Alright. Oh god, my athletics is so bad. Yeah. 5.
So you don't fall this time, but you find that the cliff is a bit steeper than you expected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn then.
You are gaining more insight into what is expected of a sword dancer.
Yeah.
Now that I illustrate, I can actually speak to you.
Yeah.
Okay, we
fuck around with deities, and that's what happens.
Yeah. We come to the Vrock. Now, Volk, you are 40 feet away from it, which means you will be out of range for this. It is a 20-foot radius. I think, actually, this Vrock, currently tussling with Ireena as a giant eagle, this Vrock is going to move out of Ireena's range, on about 20 feet above Ireena, so Ireena can make an opportunity attack.
Yeah. I'm gonna beak at them. Ooh, that should hit.
Oh yeah,
wait,
that'll certainly hit.
It with claw. I thought the beak was stronger. It's not. She's
okay,
gonna
you can make it a claw attack. That she's got a chance to swipe at it.
Another 10 slashing.
So she slashes at it, claws raking against the stone-like skin of this demon. It will then fly up 20 feet, so it is equidistant between the two of you, Ireena and Volk above. Actually, it'll probably be around here then. So it's about 20 feet from both of you. It will then inhale, and it will let out a horrifying screech. All of you can hear. It sounds like the wail of the worst turkey vulture, but through a massive sound system. It's like the Eagles if they played only horrible vulture sounds. Fish in lakes far away die because of the sound assault. So I need the two of you, Ireena and Volk, to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh my, it's only a +1. Oh,
okay.
Neat.
So Ireena survives the onslaught of sound.
Constitution +1.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's gonna be.
Oh well. What falls out of the
So
sky?
you are stunned.
I'm stunned.
Ooh.
Which means on your turn you will begin to fall. Thankfully, you're 80 feet in the air,
boy.
so there's a ways to go. But that is the Vrock's action, which means we are then going to move to... the Vrock is going to fly up another 10 feet, now that it has shrieked, so it is now at 70 feet. It is headed towards you in the air, Volk. we come to Rory.
Okay.
So Rory, you are standing on the other side of the curtain of green flame. You can see that the Vrox are... One of them has disappeared. You know that. You heard the popping sound of banishment. You now know for certain that the demi-plane of Barovia is open. So you could just leave if you wanted to. You can see... You heard the other Vrox shriek, and you know it is headed up towards Volk.
I look at Diana through the gate. So... Any more information about this trial of flames that we are supposed to do?
It only mentions a trial of flames. I would imagine you just pass through it, perhaps. And if you're good of hearts, then you would be unharmed, I suppose.
Sounds pretty stupid.
I suppose normally it would be manned and the portcullis would be open, so you pass through from this side.
Can I get any magical idea from this seemingly random fire that is burning here?
Yeah. I will say just initially, before you even make a roll, it doesn't cast heat outside of itself. It's a curtain of green flame that is lightly obscuring what you can see through it. If you would like to make a Arcana or a Religion check, you certainly can to see what the nature of this thing is.
Religion time. 17. I'm really surprisingly high religion.
So because that is a religion, the insight that you get is this is standard hero trial stuff. You know from old tombs, what you know of old sages. Ancient places are usually protected by often alignment-based trials. You know of one where there was a temple once where you had to. There was a riddle at the entrance that you had to be a penitent man to pass through a passageway into this tomb, and the trick to that one is you had to kneel so that your head wasn't cut off. This is probably similar. You can't pinpoint where this would come from with a religion check, but you know that whatever is creating this continual curtain of green flame would be doing so that only certain people can pass the path up towards the Amber Temple. And bypassing that trial would have probably activated the Guardians up above, in the same way that refusing to participate in any number of trials would cause consequences. It's part of the process.
I also need to take a D10 damage, by the way.
Oh, yes. Apologies. Thank you for remembering. I had forgotten. Right. As a 1 last time and a 10 this time. So it's going to be 10 poison.
So, what do you think? Is it a trial to keep out the good people that try to get to the Amber Temple to stop the evil powers? Or is this a good trial to stop the evil powers from getting to the Amber Temple? Want to try and see? I'm curious. Just gonna straight up walk through the flames.
Okay. Well, what Diana would know is that the inscription said that only the good may pass, but it is written in Abyssal. So,
yeah, that's a completely
Rory, as you walk through, do you do anything special while you walk through, or are you simply going to walk through the area?
Simply going through to walk through.
Roy seems walk through.
Familiar enough with flames so far.
Okay, so...
Hey, disintegrate. I'm dead.
No.
Not quite.
No, the last flame I just went in.
You have resistance because of your Tiefling heritage.
Yeah.
So you only take 19 fire damage as you pass through the flame.
Oh. Fun.
And your alignment is still chaotic good, correct? Or neutral good?
Lawful good.
Lawful good. Yeah. You take that damage. You have resistance to it, but it hurt. And you are now on the other side of the green flame. After that initial burn, there's the shock of the burn, but after that point, it doesn't seem to be burning you anymore.
As in, I can go back through and nothing happens?
You can definitely try that out.
That might be a bad idea. Maybe we can look for some more inscription.
I'm just going to straight up look at Diane What language was it written in again?
Abyssal?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Make me a investigation check, Rory, as you look around at the area between these two spots.
Well,
22.
Yeah, so with the 22, you didn't use much of an action to walk through the flames, so you have plenty of time to look around at the area beyond here. You can see that there is a lever recessed where you can't see it from the other side of the portcullis. There is a way to open the portcullis from this side.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the lever, Kronk.
So for the rest of your action, you'll pull that lever, and the iron portcullis, with a clanking and clittering and shaking, rises up into the top of the tower. So the area is now open for passage.
It was very unpleasant. And then I do my Constitution save and no longer poisoned. Woo.
No longer poisoned. Good.
I didn't even get attacked this turn, yet I lost like 28 HP.
I'm sorry.
It would have been like more than half of my HP if I wasn't a Tiefling. It's the first time I got hit by fire damage this whole campaign.
And somehow it's one of the highest damage outputs you've ever received in the whole campaign.
With resistance. Okay, so Volk forgot to recharge their axe, but that is okay. They have done it now, so you have restored some charges on your axe. So Volk, start of your turn. I don't remember what the fall speed is, because you are stunned. So what is the fall speed in one round?
Several hundred feet per turn.
Yeah, it's instant.
At the turn.
You're instantly on the ground.
Or was it like 500 feet or something?
Oh. Well, in that case, you fall straight down. So you were 80 feet in the air. So that's going to be a d6 per 10 feet, right?
Yeah, d6
so
per 10.
86 bludgeoning.
That sucks.
Oh, wrong way.
All the way around?
I did the Reddit thing again. 25 bludgeoning damage. That's a lot of ones. So you slam down onto the ground. Ireena, dexterity saving throw, please. Because Volk is
why
going
does
to land on
Ireena
top
have
of
to
you.
make a dex? Oh.
15?
No, wrong way. Okay, so you are able to spot Volk falling, and you get out of the way before she lands on you. Or they land on you. Apologies. Haven't done that in a while. So,
I also have to roll a Constitution save.
yeah, at the end of your turn, you can attempt to break out of the stupor.
Oh no, I have to do a different one.
Oh, right.
I have to maintain polymorph.
Actually,
I do
you're
not
not unconscious,
maintain
you're just stunned, which means you can... Okay. Unfortunate. Ireena jumps back to being a Ireena. I would like Ireena to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
She can land on the edge.
She can't get up. Yeah, look at her.
Yeah, she
The
catches
grace.
herself,
What?
and she pulls herself up onto the roof here.
Okay, let's go.
So, Volk, you slam into the ground. Ireena jumped out of the way. Ireena caught herself. Now you can make your save to get out of the stun once more. Volk.
And what is that? That's Constitution as well?
That is another Constitution saving throw.
I think you also took a shitload of falling damage.
No, sorry, it's till the end of the rock.
I know,
next
I
turn.
already...
So you don't make another save. It's just over when the rock goes next. Sorry about that.
Okay.
My apologies. You made your concentration check. It failed.
I rolled very poorly.
I think that is that turn dealt with. So Volk, you are back on the ground. We come to Ileena's turn.
Does the fire look magical?
It is absolutely magical.
So I would like to approach the fire, stand near it, not enter it. Then extend my hand to it and try to dispel magic.
Okay. 3rd level or lower. I need you to make a...
Wisdom check?
Yes, with your spellcasting modifier.
Yeah, so wisdom check.
The wisdom check with your spellcasting modifier. The DC
Let's
is known
go.
to me. Easily. You easily pass it. So you extend your hand. This is a fairly high-level spell, but with a 23, you're able to suppress the effects. The green flame curtain disappears.
Yeah. It's green, Ilena's green. That's how it works.
You continue to hear shrieks up ahead. You maintain your concentration, so we have 9 more rounds on...
9 more rounds on my banishment, indeed.
Banishment
let's just do a little thing like this.
Oh, I have one on the rock.
Ah, well. Alright.
Redundancies are acceptable.
Yeah, exactly. And so I would like to move my 10 feet, remaining 10 feet up.
Yeah, you passed through unharmed.
That's it, I guess, because I don't think I have anything else. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. You look around, you can see that to your right there is a gatehouse, a guard tower, I should say. And then up ahead you can see a bridge.
All right. Yeah, I think for now I'll stand there and wait to see what people want to do.
So we have the Vrok's turn. The Vrok remains in the abyss, doing some stuff. Diana. The portcullis is now open. The flame is dispelled. Volk is in a heap on the ground. What would you like to do? Oh, you're
As well, conscious or just prone?
Just stunned. It will end fairly soon. Yeah.
Okay.
Until they're beginning to wake up.
I'm going to run. Can I run towards this door and try and open it?
Absolutely, yeah.
That would be dashing. But they have 20 feet left.
Yeah, you reach the door, and when you get to it, you reach out for the handle, and you see that the lock in the door has been broken at some point. So at one point it was locked. It is currently broken, which means the latch on the inside just no longer functioning, so you can just push the door open.
Alright, and I'm going to try and start running towards the top.
Okay.
See if I can get to where this rock is.
Yeah,
so
let me just have a look here. This is the guard tower ground floor. You see inside, past the iron-bound wooden and barred door, you see there is a cold hearth with long dead ashes in the base. There's a wind howling down through the chimney, and a stone staircase spirals up along the south wall. 3 windows look out, and you can see in the distance, you can see down the Luna River back to where Berez used to be. But there is nothing else of import in this room that you notice.
Okay, I think I'll just use my last 20 feet to move up the stairs.
Okay, with 20 feet of movement, 5, 10, 15, 20, you can just get up to the landing of the second floor of the tower. So this room, upper level of the tower, is an ice box with windows set in almost every wall. A rusted iron ladder is bolted to the floor and the ceiling, and leading up to a wooden trapdoor. Mounted above the stone hearth is a dire wolf's head. The wind howling down the chimney howls through the head of the wolf's mouth. So it seems like the wolf's howling at you.
I have my action left to dash, so if there's nothing in here of importance, I'll just get up to the top.
Yeah. You reach the top, and you can see that you reach the trapdoor. You can tell that it isn't locked, but when you try to push against it, it's not budging. It doesn't take much insight to tell there is something very heavy on the other side of this door weighing it down. So it will take an action to try to move that. So you use your action to dash there. You're now at the top of the ladder.
Okay.
You know that the door is blocked, or the trapdoor is blocked.
Yep, that's the end of my turn then.
Okay. We then come back to the Vrok. So the Vrok, having knocked out its flying opponent, is going to turn at Ireena, and it is going to yell some things in Abyssal, which I don't believe anybody out here can speak. The only potential is Diana. So with nobody understanding it, it has used its screech.
I don't know.
For its recharge. See if it gets its spores back. Nope. It is then just going to rush at Ireena and slash and bite her. So first up, it's going to try to slash Ireena. That's a crit.
Yeah, it certainly is.
So that's going to be a 28 slashing. It will then follow up trying to peck her with a 20.
I think barely hits.
Yeah. So that is going to be 28 and 14. That is a hell of a round. Ireena just saved herself from falling down and hitting the ground below. The rock just comes up and starts pecking at her from its spot in the air.
Yeah, I think she's more than 30 feet away from Rory, right?
Yes, it's 40 feet up. So she would be.
Yeah, then otherwise she would have not been hit.
Yeah. So that is the Vrok's turn. It is going to remain there, harassing Ireena. We are going to jump to Rory and Ireena's turn. So how does Rory and Ireena respond?
Well, Rory will come
Volk
up.
isn't stunned, by the way, anymore. Sorry, I forgot to mention
Yeah.
that. Volk, you have your senses back.
Yay.
So Rory flies
That's
up.
great.
She can't get higher because otherwise she would not have an action.
Yeah, so that would be 30 feet up. So you are 10 feet below the Vrok at the moment.
Mm-mm. Well, I looked at the thing and like, the fuck do you think you're doing to my wife? And I'm gonna guiding bolt it at second level.
Okay. You see...
I don't know why this is not doing an attack roll. That is not great. Give me a second. It's supposed...
It's a saving throw, right?
Yes. No. It's an attack roll.
Attack roll.
21
A
to
21 will certainly hit.
And it's 5d6.
Okay, you can certainly roll your damage because it will hit.
And it also has...
I heard a
It's on top.
kitty.
Why does it not do Blessed Strike? There's another 1d8.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
Ooh.
26 radiant damage.
Yeah,
The next
26
attack
radiant
is
damage.
advantage.
This rock is looking bloodied as you shoot this bolt of light at it. But weirdly, the rock does not respond to your taunts. And as it's hit with light, you see it turns around. I would like you to make an insight check.
Sure. 30.
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez.
It turns around. It does not recognize you. It does not see you. Oh, kitty. Oh, baby.
Oh,
What a baby. Distraction.
Well, the raging lesbians are not done yet.
No.
So it doesn't recognize me, even though
Yeah,
I...
it cannot see you. With an insight check of 30, whatever passing through the flame did, the rock does not know you're there. It cannot perceive you.
Also, you have to take the damage to not get attacked by the rocks.
That would be what you would incite with your 30. Passing through
Anyway,
would make you invisible to the demons that guard the gatehouse.
So, does this have auto advantage on? Yes, it does. 21 to hit for 10 slashing, and she will pump a second level smite into that.
Beautiful.
Which, let's see, it should be 3 because it's a demon, and then another 1.
Yep,
Right.
It is absolutely a fiend. So it is distracted. So with your tag team.
48. So 10 magical slashing, 22 radiance on top.
So 32.
And if it's not dead, she's going to make another attack.
It is not
Neutral
dead, but
five
that grievously wounds this rock. It is barely holding on. It is frantically clawing its wings against the air to stay up.
And it's getting another 5 damage, and I guess another first level smite. For
Okay.
good measure. For another 11 radiant.
It had 16 hit points.
Oh, convenient.
So Ireena perfectly knocks it out of the sky. It plummets, and when it slams against the ground next to you, Volk, you see it disintegrates and burns up into white ash that just disappears. We are, I believe, out of initiative. If you would like to keep concentration,
Yeah,
And
I
then-
would like to keep. Yeah,
then you keep your
I'll keep
concentration up for the next minute, and the other rock is permanently trapped back in the abyss. You have defeated my gatehouse trial. So Volk, are
Yay.
you going to pass through the gate?
Sure.
The There is no flame at the moment.
Okay. I'll just
So-
squeeze through as a big bird. Big lizard.
About the time that the banishment completes, you see the green flame lights back up and fills the gate again. Your dispel magic knocked it out for about a minute.
Alright, makes sense.
But everybody's passed, so it's all good.
Great.
Ireena and Rory, anything you guys would like to do?
They have it on top of the little stone pillar, and Ireena is going to give Rory 30 points of the lay on hands healing.
Good idea. We will then jump to Diana. So Diana, you don't know that the fight is over yet. You are staring up at a very heavy trapdoor. How would you like to get through?
Is this an opening on the left here?
That is a great question. I will look at the description again. The upper floor.
Because it doesn't have like a door symbol. It doesn't look like the other windows.
It does not say so. So I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's just a very large bay window.
Yeah.
That bay window would actually look right at the cliff face. So you can see the cliff face on the other side. The pattern of the granite rocks is vaguely sinister. You can see what look like screaming faces in the striations of the rocks.
Oh god. So it's the amber. Is this like the amber temple corrupting like the land, or is it? I don't know.
It's a wonderful
Is
question.
the amber temple here because the land is evil? But yeah, I'll just try pushing on the trapdoor if I can.
All right. That to me sounds like an athletics check. If you have anything that can give you advantage, you can certainly do that. A 9.
I don't.
Unfortunately not. Roll me a, let's call it a, you're trying to determine how heavy the thing is on top of you. Nature. Because you're trying to gauge what the weight is.
19.
Okay. With a 19, you're looking at about 800 pounds on the other side of this thing.
Boy.
There's something very, very large on top of this trapdoor. So you would need a remarkable athletics check. However, the windows are open. Well, they're not open. They're arrow slits. So you can try to get out if you would like to. Or you can do anything else you would like to do.
Yeah, you know what? I'll just head back down, and I suppose when I get out, I see everything is fine.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll just say to Volk or Rory, do you mind going up to the top and seeing? There's something blocking the trapdoor. Do you mind seeing what it is?
Sure.
Okay.
Can Roy try to get Ireena down from the top? I mean, I'm pretty sure she cannot carry her, but getting her
You
to the
would
ground.
basically do a slow fall with her with your wings. Yeah. You can absolutely get down.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah. But you can fly up to the tower. Why don't you roll me a perception check to see how well you see what's up there, and then I can tell you what's up there.
Well, 32.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a crit. Why would you have advantage?
Because of my eye thing.
the eye patch. The eye patch gives
Right,
advantage.
It's advantage on visual
So
check.
that's a crit. You can't crit ability checks, but still, a 32 is no joke. So you spot the very tippy top of this tower. There is a horrible demon creature that has been slain up here. You see a very burned skeleton of an adventurer who is perched on top of this thing. A sword is buried in the head of this creature. I will drop a picture of it in the overhead so you can see what this monster looked like. I think I have a picture of it.
Some information right there.
Where is it?
I'm very sorry, I just missed a lot of that because my girlfriend had something important to say.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It doesn't look like I have a picture of it. But you see, with your 32, you fly up to the top of the tower, and you can see that there's a massive demon creature. It looks like it has the head of a deer, but it also has massive crabby shoulders and big pincers, and it's got like goat hooves and humanoid hands with long claws. But it is dead, long dead, and you can see that there is a skeleton of an adventurer in tattered, burned remains of leather armor, who is perched on top of this demon, and there's a sword buried in this demon's head. The sword is glistening and gleaming. It does not look affected by any of the weather that has happened in the however long it's been since this creature died. You also know, for whatever reason, this demon didn't disintegrate into ash, like demons typically do when they die.
Oh, neat. I would like to take the sword.
Okay. So you can fly up onto the rooftop. Now that you're a little closer, I'll just keep rolling with a 32. You can see that the adventurer who killed this... roll me a religion check real quick.
Let's see if the thing can continue.
You can identify the demon.
That is not that's not adventure.
17 is still pretty good. You know this is a demon. There's a couple it could be, but you would guess it's a Glabrazu, which is a pretty heavy hitting demon. So whatever adventurer killed this thing, he did so sacrificing his life. But the demon is dead. Usually they would disintegrate to ash. You don't know what that's about. The adventurer is wearing burned remains of leather armor that is not salvageable, but you can see he has an equipment pouch, which is burned, but the stuff inside might not be. And of course there's the magical sword stuck in this demon's head, which now that you're a little closer, you can see that it has a sort of a purpley shine to it. And the pommel of this sword is a fox's head, and in the mouth of this fox is a ruby.
Neat.
Looks fancy.
So is that thing blocking the trapdoor?
It is. The demon died directly on top of the door.
Yeah, at Diana, there's a very big dead demon on top of this door. I'm pretty certain I cannot move this. But I can get the stuff that the person that killed it has, I guess.
Sure, let's see what he's got.
Okay. So, luck check. Rory, roll me a d20 to see how many of this adventurer's potions of healing survived.
Ooh.
10.
10.
Okay. So that is just going to be one regular potion of healing. So in his pouch, you find a regular potion of healing. You find a bag of caltrops. I'm going to type this out. So that's a potion of healing. Healing. I can't type. That is a silver dagger.
Okay. Silver dagger, good.
Lockpicks. The rations would have rotted away long ago. But you also find the rope would have also burned away when he was incinerated. Probably a set of manacles as well. And then, of course, there would also be the magic short sword, which is in the demon's head.
I think short sword was not a finesse weapon, right?
It has a finesse weapon.
Yes. You can use it with...
Sure, so it is a finesse weapon.
Well, magic sword. I know this guy has been dead for a long time. But Barovia was also locked up a long time.
That's true.
So I'd like to perform a rite of passing for whoever this adventurer was.
Okay, absolutely. You can roll his body over and begin your rite of passage. What does the rite of passage look like for Rory?
Give me a second, I got something stuck in my throat.
No worries.
Jesus.
He's not here.
He would likely light some candles.
Okay.
Not with fire, with the light cantrip.
Okay, I was going to say, it's going to be hard to get it. There's quite a bit of wind up here.
Yeah. Like, basically, I'm guessing she would have, like, some things for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
With her priest clothes. Like little things that she can use it on for the rituals.
Yeah.
Ignite a tiny bit of incense.
Okay.
And speak a quiet prayer to Lathander to guide the soul back to where it belongs, out of this dark land.
Okay. Are you going to be using a spell slot or any materials or any resources to do this, or is this just a prayer?
Oh, I feel like first level spell slot to
Pump
help guide this because he's been there for so long. Should be appropriate.
Okay. Let me just check something real quick. I need to search something.
I don't know what. I guess ceremony would be the most fitting one. But
ceremony sounds like it would be about right.
Don't have it prepared, but
okay. So with a first,
since it's not quite ceremony, it's more like
this is more just you're pumping your innate understanding of the afterlife that you've learned to sort of.
It's not the spell ceremony; it's a rite of passage ceremony. Yeah. So I guess that's
it's looser. It's looser. Why don't you mark that off? Because you've spent that resource, and what you will get in exchange, you get a sight of the spirit of this being. It looks like he's one of the ones that DeSantis didn't quite get a hold of before DeSantis departed. You see in the swirling mist a handsome young man of maybe 19 or so. He's got nice clean leathers over top of a blue tunic, and he's got puffy leather gloves. He looks at you very, very sadly, and since it's only a first level spell, he can't really communicate with you. But he looks down at his body, and he looks at you, and he nods, and then he looks up towards the Amber Temple, up the pathway, with a very sad expression in his face. He wipes a tear from his face, and he nods, and then disintegrates into the wind.
Neat. That's nice.
And then you pillage his body.
I take the sword, and it's still needed to save these lands, right?
Yeah.
And I eventually come back down with the sword.
As soon as you wrench the sword out of the demon's head, the body disintegrates into ash. It ignites and disappears. So the trapdoor is now passable.
Right?
Yeah. So you can see that the short sword, there's a lot of spiky edges to it, and the crossguard of the sword is in the shape of bat wings. And in the center of the crossguard, you can see that there is a keyhole. Beyond that, the short sword itself has a number of fiendish-looking runes that you can't read, Rory.
Fiendish runes I cannot read?
Yeah.
So
it's not infernal?
It is not infernal, no.
What language is it?
That's a great question. Rory, do you tell anybody else about the sword you found?
Yeah, we'll tell the people. I'm honest Rory now.
Yeah. As soon as you present the sword, you recognize it, Diana, because this is written in Abyssal.
What does it say?
Yeah, you see inscribed on both sides of the blade are the runes spelling out the word gutter.
It just says gutter. I would think it means in the visceral sense.
Or that
not like
crawled out of, you never know.
Yeah. I don't think it means the other.
It could also be the blade's name if it is a sentient weapon.
I think generally you can feel the sentience. Do you feel that, Rory? That's what I felt when I put weapons out.
Good
make
question.
An insight check.
A what check?
Insight. You've been holding it for a little bit now.
18.
18? You don't sense any sort of will or intention from the sword. It is most definitely magical. It feels light and almost weightless in your hand. You can feel the less scrupulous version of you would have loved to have this blade back when you were a rogue. But it still would be fairly useful to you. You don't get any strong sense of, not any immediate sense of intention or alignment or anything from the blade. It's magical, it's lightweight, it's perfectly fits in your hand like it was made for you.
Pardon me, I was muted for blowing my nose. I guess I like it was made for me. Or used to be made for me. Who knows? We will see. Any... I don't think we have anyone who can identify magic items. You would have to do it during downtime, right?
Yeah. Unless you could take a short rest and attune to it and see what happens.
I mean, short rest can be used to identify items without spell
As well,
slots.
yeah.
Never mind. You can also do that.
But it wouldn't tell me if it's cursed.
No. But you can take a minute with the sword and figure out what it does if you want to take a short rest here. Some of you did take damage, so it might be worth it to roll some hit dice.
Rory is back to full. Ireena is almost back to full.
Okay.
They give each other a healing hug.
It's about probably 11 a.m. at this point.
I mean, if people want to take a short rest, we can, and then we'll try to figure out what the sword does.
What was
Yeah,
the
yeah,
strength
I
save
guess we
for,
can-
Volk?
Accidentally clicked it.
Okay. No worries.
But yeah, I think that we can just, sit down, rest for a bit, just to identify an hour or so, and then we can pick up the travel.
In that case, I will drop my my Quetzalcoatl form. If we're
And you
going
keep
to
that
rest.
for like 5 hours or something?
I could keep it for 4 hours. So I could leave it up. Actually, I'm not sure if I rest.
That would only be for your favorite form. That would be your feat. That gives you that ability.
Yeah,
get to
I
keep
think
them
I
until you're
can,
20.
as long as I don't sleep, I can stay wild shaped.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, as long as I don't fall unconscious.
Okay.
But I mean, I regain wild shapes when I short rest anyways, so. I'm going to drop the Quetzalcoatl, and I'm going to use my cooking utensils via some nice little rules in, I think, Volo's Guide. Xanathar's? It's either in Xanathar. I think it's in Xanathar's. It gives some nice extra utility to the cooking utensils. If you can make a little meal, and me and up to 5 other creatures can regain 1 extra hit point per hit dice.
All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that. So if anybody rolls hit dice, you get to roll.
Convenient.
You get to take an extra HP.
Ireena's
or
gonna
dice.
use 1 hit dice, and since she has a +2 in con and gets a +1 from the food, she will definitely get the 4 HP needed.
Okay. Good.
I didn't expect
I will
it to short
take
rest. That's why we
1.
couple spell slots for healing, but I guess it's okay.
So I take 5 HP.
So, if I understood correctly,
okay, I'm
Rory,
back
you're
up to
going to
whole.
take the short rest to discern what the nature of this blade is.
Yes.
All right. So I will share with you. I'll share with everybody.
For now, I would like to
Share
know
it
it
just
first.
with you. Okay. So in the magical items, I will drop it in your journal so you can read what it is.
Let's see, magic.
Gutter.
Got
Should
right
be
one.
there.
Looks. Oh my, it looks a bit menacing.
Yeah.
Oh. I read the first thing, I instantly like it.
Yeah. There's a reason this feels like it was made for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna share with the class what your cool sword does?
Oh my fucking lord, Spencer.
You're welcome.
The fuck?
Would you like to share? Would Rory share? I should ask.
It's a very good weapon, but I would most likely not use it. So,
Like I said, your other self feels a
my
particular
old self
affinity to
would
this
have
blade.
absolutely loved this,
Yeah.
and Redmond would have been very dead if I had this.
Yes.
So, it's a short sword. It is requiring attunement by Tiefling or Skizix. It is a +2 magical short sword of backstabbing. The name comes from the inscription in Abyssal along the blade, which reads gutter. The pommel is a fox biting a red gemstone, and the crossguard bears a keyhole. Backstab, when making an attack against an ally, a sleeping target, a child, or on a surprise round. Gutter does an additional 2d6 special damage. Critical hits with Gutter always do max damage.
A child?
Ugh.
Yes,
Child? Where did that line come from, Spencer?
Considering that childs were like the one thing that even to Evil Roy was like important. Damn.
One additional things. This sword does not have an alignment. You can tell that right away. Even though it has sinister implications for the types of people this sword is good at hurting, it is unaligned.
It would still be good, but god damn. No, I feel like Roy is against using that.
Okay. That is entirely acceptable.
Like, I would have absolutely not this. My former self at least. And if I had this back in the day, I feel like a couple of people would not be alive here. So it's better if we keep that tucked away for now.
Okay. Do you want me to share it with everybody else now so everybody can read that for reference?
Sure, go.
Since you have shared everything. So everybody can have a look at it and see the cool picture. This is fan art. This is from a different D&D campaign of Curse of Strahd. I just, in our version of the game, their campaign ended very differently. So the sword was left behind. You do not attune to it. You know its nature. You know it is unaligned. You know it has some incredible rogue powers. If you were a rogue, it would be a very good weapon to have.
If I did that and critted with the backstab against Redmond, it would do like what?
Well, your
30
attack was 4 6s, so it would have been
it would be 36 damage.
36 additional damage just from the sneak attack, and then whatever your regular damage for the
and then like an additional like what is it like
d6?
An additional like 9, counting the bonus as well. That was
like
would
8
have been like
two is like 10, and then oh wait no,
Yeah, like
6 right?
It's a sort of
45.
backstab. It's a bastard.
It would be another 12. It would be 48 damage on one attack. And reminder, Redmond had vulnerability.
Oh,
Yes.
It would have done
90
like 100
damage.
almost.
Yeah, 90 something. Jeez.
If I critted.
If
But
you
it would
critted.
have happened when he was asleep or something, and everyone's just been gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I will keep this. And we'll try to find a way to get rid of this.
Okay.
I had some ideas how to get rid of a couple of, well, at least how to get rid of my item that I'm not inclined on using anymore.
I will say with an 18, the keyhole sticks out to you as weird. You can't tell any magical properties about the sword just by examining it that would involve a keyhole. It seems like a weird thing to include. Yeah. Also, the fox head biting the gemstone. You don't know the significance of that.
Can I try to pick the lock?
Yeah, if you want to.
Once my character sheet rolls again, because I accidentally did a thing where I popped out the chat and then I closed the chat and then
Oh,
I
that's
can...
the worst.
Oh, God.
Why does it even exist? I have these tools. I use them with dexterity. And I do the thingy.
50.
If that still is not fucked up.
You get your thieves' tools in there. You move them around. You don't feel any actual mechanisms inside. It seems to just be a hole that goes right through the pommel to the other side. You don't know what the deal is with that, but there's nothing to actually catch on to. It just seems to be a hole in the shape of a keyhole.
This thing is confusing.
Can I maybe try to make some kind of check to ascertain something about this said keyhole?
You certainly can. I'm going to say without spell slots or something like Identify, you're not going to get much more out of this.
How about
if you want to make me a religion check.
how about a legend roll?
A legend lore?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. If you want to cast a legend lore, you can absolutely do that.
Is legend lore a
You're going to need a shit ton of incense. You have a shit ton
I
of
do
incense?
I do have some items for Legend Lore.
Yeah.
The ivory strips, I got those.
True.
But not the incense, and getting that much incense was hard last time. I needed to craft incense for like a couple of days.
Yeah.
True, that I guess I don't have the material for legend lore. That's unfortunate. Do I have
back
any?
of your minds.
Yeah, but I'll go with the religion.
Okay.
I'll guidance myself before it.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Plus 1d4. Religion. My religion is abysmal. Oh, it's plus 4, okay. It's alright. Oh god damn it. Spencer. It's a 17 plus 1d4, and I'll use one of my knowledges from past life to add another d6. 22.
You passed the 20. Very good. It's hard. But there is some element to the patterns in the blade that bring to mind contracts. The sort of contracts that you would make with other planes, specifically the lawful planes, such as a heaven or the hells. There may be an aspect of attunement to this item that is a contract. You can't know what that is, obviously, without casting spells. But there may be some hidden fine print to attuning to this item.
Yeah, Ireena is just, she has been examining the blade, and she's just gonna kind of tap on the blade, and this is a weird blade. It's somewhat of a pact. I think you can compare this to a pen with which you could sign a pact, or a seal closing a letter. I wouldn't recommend you messing around with it so much.
I mean, that was not my intention. My intention was to keep this safe until we have a way to get rid of it.
I hope we can find something in the Umber Temple.
Okay.
Alright.
With that, the short rest is done. Volk summons Hela, so you have a tiny half-undead puppy with you.
Well, I was wondering if the Mists of Barovia being open to the planescape would allow Hela to show up as a fully alive.
This is still a domain of dread. It is just a domain of dread that currently allows interplanar travel. It is still subject to the changes in magic rules that do not involve planar travel.
Interesting.
I see you typing, Rory Aurora.
I just realized I can walk around in plate because I'm an order cleric and I have heavy armor proficiency. That was
96 damage.
Oh, oh God! Jeez.
To be fair, he backstabbed me once. He would absolutely deserve it.
So, with this unfortunate revelation in mind, Red is probably going to, fully trusting you to do the right thing, will be, you're not
I will
going
not attune to this thing. Fuck that.
You're not going to attune to this thing, are you?
No.
I knew you wouldn't.
I'm a good girl now. I'm a good nut now. I'm married. I don't have time for backstabbing.
I believe you.
Also, this map is so fucking huge. I reloaded the page like 2 minutes ago. It's still not loaded.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
It is absolutely ridiculous how high the image
Let's
is.
jump back over here.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
It never loaded for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was just a blotchy mess the entire time.
God,
It's a good thing we didn't go to temp earlier. Because that is a thing that Rory would have taken. She would have attuned to it and not told anyone what it does. Oh no, it's just a fancy looking sword that feels quite nice to use.
Yeah. Then just shablam. 100 and something. Yeah.
She would have 100%. So, oh, it's night. It's my turn to. Like the party would have been
damage.
Dead. 100% the party would have been dead at some point if it wasn't for Ireena, and she had that sword. She would have killed the whole party, offered Ireena to...
Imagine if you'd gone to the Amber Temple first. You would have gotten this before your character arc was finished.
Yeah. The party would have been dead.
Yeah, that would have been a short Curse of Strahd game.
100%. The whole party would have been dead. But like, okay, is everyone comfortable making new characters? Okay, Rory's going to kill everyone in their sleep. Goodbye.
Okay.
Even me?
No, not you. You're the precious little guy.
I'm your cat.
We can certainly continue on our way. Does anybody need a break?
Yeah. How long are we expecting to just play for another hour, or
Another hour, I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I can watch for another hour. Fine, carry on.
Just wanted to offer a bathroom break if anybody needed one. If
I'm
not,
just going to get something, but I will be here the whole time.
Okay. Then we can continue on. So you continue up along the pathway once you're finished. I'm assuming Dan is leading the way as our ranger.
Yeah.
All right, so you continue on your way. Guard Tower rooftop, we did that. You reach the western arch. As you approach the bridge, a snowy path comes to a gorge spanned by a stone bridge. At the end of the bridge is a 30-foot tall, 30-foot wide stone arch. Atop each one are two statues of armored knights on horseback with lances charging towards one another. The wind bites and howls like the wolves as it passes through the gorge. So in layman's terms, you are looking at a very wide, narrow bridge. And there's a statue at either end of the bridge that are two knights running towards one another with lances. These statues are about 20 feet tall. They're massive. And you can see that they are dressed in archaic-looking armor, the likes of which you wouldn't usually expect to see on human soldiers.
Okay. She'll just say, I'd rather not fight those, and she's just going to look for any engravings that might indicate another moral test.
Yeah, go for it.
Perception check?
Yeah.
20.
20, yeah. Oh, there I'm back. I froze over here. Actually, I might turn off my camera because I keep freezing and I don't want to overload the bandwidth. There we go. No face for you guys. Just my voice.
No.
Yeah, so you don't find an inscription. Nothing written down in language. But you do see, with your 20 level perception, you can see that the statues are very clearly just statues. You don't know, unlike the rock demons, these aren't the size of something that would likely come alive. These are 20 feet tall. If automatons like this exist, they would have not existed since the Dawn Age, which, granted, this could be as old as. Why don't you roll me a history check?
Okay.
Could I do it due to my connection to knighthood and the such?
This would be something that only an elf would know. No.
Okay.
No idea. You just know that they are very, very old.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just cross the bridge then.
All right. It seems only fair, since there's no inscription. Your history check was a 5. Anybody else? Insight check.
Insight. Oh, something I'm good at.
The triple casters.
Oh.
Habiki rolls a 1 again.
The second nat
in a week.
Yeah, 31. So Rory, you see Diana begins to walk across the bridge with her, her very careful pace. She's looking out for traps and all of that. As soon as Diana moves out on the bridge with her slow pace, you feel the wind pick up and begin speeding up. And you put 2 and 2 together. The wind is speeding up. The horses are charging at each other. You may need to go a little faster over this bridge.
I will yell that through the wind to Diana.
Okay, I'll look back at Rory and I suppose then it clicks in my brain and I'll just sprint across the bridge as fast as possible.
Everybody who's going to pass the bridge can make an athletics check. If you get above a 15, you run fast enough not to trigger the trap here.
All right.
Could I cast Long Strider on someone and give them a bit of a boost?
Sure, yeah. That would absolutely be relevant in this case.
I will cast it on... who is the slowest?
I have terrible athletics.
I have a +2.
So I think I'm going to just wild shape into a Quetzalcoatl again.
That works.
In that case, I will cast...
And I will carry people across.
Okay.
I'll cast Long Strider on Rory.
I'm flying more.
Rory can fly.
Ireena might be the best bet.
Yeah, I'll guidance you though. Because you have some
carry all of our
athletics as well.
Side characters across, I guess.
Okay. Given the way that the last trial went, I'm going to say it's a freebie. You each have to make this trial. If you cheat it, whatever the guardian is of this trial will know.
I guess, yeah. True.
So I guess
we're not allowed to fly over?
You can absolutely fly through, but if you try to make other people pass the check, you might trigger the guardian.
I guess I will fly through. Ireena's gonna run through. 18, easy.
18, easy. It's a 15, so not too bad.
I'll guidance Diana, so you have a D4.
Do I get any bonus for just being faster in general?
What is your walk speed? You're moving
40.
40?
And then I can dash the bonus action.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on your check because you can move stupidly fast. Actually, I'll give one to Volk as well because Volk can fly at 80 feet per 6 seconds. So,
So athletics at advantage with a D4. So yeah, that'll succeed.
Okay.
I'll say 18.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Let's go.
Strength +2.
Ooh.
Since I'm flying, can I use acrobatics instead?
This is determining how quickly you can actually it's a sprinting question, which I would say is firmly an athletics category.
Well, here goes nothing. Yeah.
So guys, I'll go curl in a ball and cry right now because my rolls today.
Okay.
Jeez.
And,
I mean, 12, that's not bad.
So 18, Volk easily passes with the Quetzalcoatlus. So yeah, you all run across. Were you going one by one or as a group?
Good question.
What
about our NPCs?
We'll say, other than Ireena, they will automatically succeed on this because I don't want to kill Redmond off screen while he's not here.
Okay. How wide is the bridge?
It is. Let me jump back to that page real quick so I can double check. I believe it is only 10 feet across. It is only 10 feet across. So you could do 2 abreast if you wanted to.
Yeah, makes sense. Most probably me and Rory are in the same line, so we whoosh.
Yeah, so the two of you are falling behind the pack then. So you are towards the end of the group.
I like the idea of Rory and Ireena being next to each other. Ireena just whooshes past, but Rory can't manage to keep up.
Yeah.
And then
and there's a reason for that. This bridge is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. 80 feet across. So this is quite a sprint for you guys. Of course, Diana and Volk can make it in 6 seconds and easy. The rest of you, you really have to buckle down and go for it. And it gets harder because as you cross the bridge further and further, the blistering wind picks up. and moves faster and faster as it buffets you. Since Ireena and Rory are the last on the bridge, you get the heaviest amount of it. So right off the bat, you're going to take 5d8 of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, fun. Well, it was nice knowing you, Rory.
26
Oh
bludgeoning
my.
damage. And then I'm going to need the both of you to make strength saving throws as the wind attempts to push you off the bridge to the 100-foot drop.
Can I guidance Rory?
Ooh.
And can I,
your action was running
run?
across. I'm going to say it's going to
Sure,
be limited to
sure.
bonus actions or reactions.
Okay, sure.
And that includes
Makes sense.
the rest of the party. You...
Oh.
Ooh. So Ileena's okay.
Ooh.
Oh. Diana and Volk, you are fully across the bridge at this point, so it'll be about 40 feet to get back. Everybody
Right.
else in the party is close enough that if you wanted to help, you potentially could. Actually, that's everybody who's currently here, so
Right.
never mind. So Ileena's
Well,
okay.
I mean, I only used my movement because I have 80 feet, so I
True.
could use my action to dash and
True.
go back and grab if anyone falls.
It's true. Also, Rory can fly. So let's get... that was a 15 for
Yeah.
Rory. So Rory, you are knocked off the edge of the bridge, and you begin plummeting. But you can catch yourself with your wings. Not too difficult.
Hey.
And fly your way through.
Alright.
You land on the other side. Ireena, you are able to muscle your way across the bridge. You manage to reach the other side. You are very cold. You have
But wasn't Ireena already cold?
It's true.
And also I
You
have
just
resistance.
moved
Yeah, on accident.
the road.
Also, I guess I have resistance
road moved.
because of the
Yeah, the ring.
where ring? Where is ring? Okay, here it is.
So you can tell that you're
I do
cold,
have
but you don't
resistance.
feel cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you
yeah.
survived the windy bridge. You are okay.
You didn't really.
Well, you took some damage, but you
Yeah,
survived.
okay,
we,
man.
You didn't
we
die,
did.
because one of you can fly.
Yay.
Why again
Imagine if
did
I-
I go to the fire?
If I failed that.
If everybody passed through the fire, the Vrox wouldn't have been able to spot you passing, and you would have been unattacked.
I feel like just fucking over the rocks is better than taking the massive amount of fire damage.
Well, I mean, you
At
did
least
receive
one.
the miss first. That banishment would not have worked if the miss hadn't receded.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
I guess two of them can be quite strong.
Okay, so you pass through the arch on the other side of the bridge, and you are now traveling up the long, long steps up towards the Amber Temple. You can tell that as you ascend, the temperature quickly drops precipitously, and before too long, it is negative 30 degrees Celsius, easily. So I'm going to need to ask everybody a question. How are you handling the cold? Ireena, you are probably going to be fine. If it gets too much colder, you won't feel cold, but you'll start to have effects, like you'll start to freeze in place.
Yeah, true. But like overall, she is both resistant to cold because of the ring, and she is resistant to cold temperature because of her origin.
Yes.
So I guess she, after her change of because in Vallaki she changed her uniform to really kind of general uniform thing. I guess now it's just maybe I got also a cloak like with fur linings, so I'm just kind of covered by that.
Very well. Very well. So you
You
won't
also
need to make any survival
that I
checks.
gave you.
Sorry?
Ilena also still has a thick cloak that I gave her, the one I used against the sun a long time ago.
True.
Sure, I have two
So,
cloaks. No, I think
you
I'll
see-
give one cloak to somebody who seems the worst.
Well, my wings are gonna freeze off.
That works.
Yeah, I'll give it
as
to you.
as the,
I'll
as
give it
the
to you.
cold air and snow whips about you, you see Ireena is unfazed. Her hood is back, and you can see her frozen, slightly rotted face. Her skin sort of flaps as the wind presses against it. You can see little decayed wounds opening up in her face, but otherwise she's doing all right. She's keeping on moving. The rest of you, however, the cold is
am
hitting
a class
hard.
of Luckless, which has more body mass, and via the square cube law, I don't lose body mass, body heat as fast as other creatures.
I need to look up the terrain that they're native to, because if they're native to cold environments,
they have one. I don't think they have.
They definitely would in older.
They don't have a.
To be honest, Quetzalcoatlus are lizards, and lizards are cold-blooded.
Yes.
They
What's
don't
so
really
cold?
like
I'm
the
very
cold.
slow.
Biome. So I will tell you if you need to make
I don't
saves.
think they have one.
Quetzalcoatlus. D&D biome. They definitely would have in older editions of D&D where they actually wrote this stuff down. Okay, there we go. Quetzalcoatlus monster. That's just the stat block. I don't want the stat block. I want the lore. Forgotten Realms Wiki. There we go. Beast unaligned. Dark vision, low light vision. Favored climate warm. Favored terrain fountains, forest mountain fountains. Forest mountains and hills. So it sounds like no.
This is a mountain.
Yeah, but we're talking tropical mountains. This is very much Arctic mountain. Yeah, they're relatively pteranodons. They're enormous flying animals with long necks and elongated heads, and relatively big brains. Leathery bat-like wings formed from flaps of skin stretched between their forearms and specially adapted fingers, exceeding 30 feet.
That was worth a try.
Yeah, no, they're definitely. They're native to Chult, so they are warm environment creatures. So you are not protected from this by your wild shape. However, you could wild shape into something else. I'll ask everybody else. You're going to be making survival checks here in a moment to see how the cold affects you. Do you have anything that can assist you in these survival checks?
I have a...
back? No.
Yeah, I have a cloaked elven kind. That's it, really. I have fiery swords that I could hold out. Essentially, they can produce some heat.
I believe that's it would be similar to a flame tongue sword, right? A flame tongue enchantment.
Yeah.
I believe flame tongue. They're specifically not supposed to do warmth because otherwise that's a cheat. I'm going to double check that real quick.
Yeah, I just have my cloak.
Light and does fire damage when you attack someone, but it doesn't say anything about that with like the heating, I think.
Yeah.
Flame tongue.
I'm going to say because it specifically burns you when you slash with it. I'm going to say unless you're wounding yourself, it's not going to help you.
Okay. Let me see what else the Helm of Brilliance does.
I could conjure elemental and pull up a fire elemental.
Okay, that's a possibility.
I feel like Volk would voice that and be like, "What do you guys think?"
Diana, do you think you could survive a hug from a fire elemental?
It definitely would help with the cold, but I think it just presents another problem.
Oh yes, I forgot about your thing with fire.
No, that's Ilena's.
That's my but maybe I can help with general directives on how to better having lived in the cold for a good amount of my life. Yeah, I would be do this, cover these parts, not to get too cold. Maybe use some strips of cloth if we have to make face things that cover kind of half the lower half of the face, so the breath stays in there and actually keeps you warmer, your face warmer.
To me, that sounds like you're going to make a survival check, and if you pass the survival check, you will give everybody advantage on their Constitution saves.
Already,
I am going to wild shape into a saber-toothed tiger, which is Arctic and mountain environment.
How long is your wild shape? At
4 hours.
Or level 9?
4 hours.
9? Okay.
We're level 9. It's 4 hours.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you won't need to make a save this time, then, if you are a Saber-tooth Tiger.
Yeah.
So this will just be for Diana and Rory.
25 survival.
So you managed to fashion enough warm weather gear from what you have around to keep the people vulnerable to the cold safe. So for this round of Constitution saves, Diana and Rory, you're going to have advantage.
All right.
Let me just double check and see if there is a DC here.
No, please.
This actually might be in the Amber Temple. For some reason, the Solenka Pass and the Amber Temple are like half a book apart from each other. It's very confusing. Oh.
Yeah, it's
telling me to go to the Dungeon Master's Guide for more information.
Oh. Wait, I think I have this information on DM's screen if I want to fish it out quickly.
Oh, true. I have a DM screen as well. Basically, I want you to make a Constitution saving throw versus a DC for negative 30 degree temperatures.
Yeah.
And you're going to have advantage because of the equipment.
Yep.
Extreme cold.
16.
So the DMG does say whenever temperature is at or below 0 Fahrenheit, which I know, I don't remember what is this.
0 is 30.
Yeah.
Okay,
32
so
is 0
10
Celsius.
yeah, so a creature exposed to the cold must succeed at DC 10 for 0 Fahrenheit.
Okay.
So I don't
we'll
know,
probably
maybe
put it at probably a 15 or so.
Okay.
Because this
I
is
think we both passed that then.
Yeah. Very good. So the two of you do not take a level of exhaustion from the cold as you track your way up the mountaintop. And that advantage will carry over to the next one as well, as long as you don't lose your clothes for some reason. However, you are now in the midst of swirling storm. You're having a hard time seeing. So, Diana, I'm going to need an encounter roll from you on my personal table I wrote for this environment.
Okay.
Things are heavily obscured, so it's going to be disadvantage. So you will roll twice, and I will choose, unless there's a way one of you can give it disadvantage. Or give it advantage, I should say.
That's both the same, so it doesn't matter.
Actually,
I
just
have
a
keen
D12.
smell.
Just a D12.
Oh, just a D12?
Yeah, this is a personal roll, so I
So-
don't have 20 options.
5 and a 7 then.
5 and a 7. Okay.
Well, if you have 20 options, why wouldn't you roll a d20?
It's more interesting.
But but then you can never get a 1.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
Oh.
I don't know. That's the way all the random encounter tables are written, so I don't know why they do it that way.
Oh,
but they do.
it's weighted.
Oh, yeah. You're weighted higher then.
Huh.
Okay.
I mean, it's different for Tomb of Annihilation. They just roll a D100, and it's depending on the terrain.
True. So with a 5 and 7, you're either going to encounter a very large monster or a bunch of very small monsters.
It's 2 8s.
No, it's just the D12, so it's a 5 or a 7.
Oh, okay. I am a creature that is native to Arctic and mountain things, and I have keen smell. Would that help? No.
Both of these are going to come at you through the air. Cat isn't going to do much senses for that. I think because it was disadvantaged and it was a 5, it's going to be the bigger monster. So,
okay.
As you are traveling along, please place yourselves in a line as you are traveling. Give me your marching order as you are traveling along.
Sure. I think I'll be leading because of cold.
Okay.
I guess I'll bring in the tiger.
Very good. You are a saber-tooth tiger.
Yeah, I don't see the saber-tooth on my giant list. I really don't need a giant list. All I need is one per size category.
See, as we all know, when big birds of prey fall into a pack, they normally attack the front one or the back one.
I will say, interestingly, this does not have flyby.
Oh,
Well, I don't know why they wouldn't have given this creature flyby, but there you go. I'm going to double check. The monster stats for the pre-made adventure are kind of fucked up, so I'm going to double check that in the monster manual one. Because that is a really lame oversight.
Not all
Nope,
flying
no flyby.
beasts have... Not all flying creatures have flyby.
It
the
probably relies on
Redeemer
its
is
size.
here.
Oh,
Time to redeem
hey!
yourself and just combat to kill us all.
I know it's only the tail end of the
Hello!
How you doing, my dude?
Much better, yeah. I got the all clear, so I'm not going to die, which is nice.
Welcome.
Thank
So
you,
to
thank
catch you
you.
up, we had some encounters in the wild. We skirted around some zombie plant monsters. We avoided an encounter with, we killed a dire bear.
Nice.
We murdered a dire bear.
Oh, don't say it like
One
that.
round.
We fought some demons on the mountain pass.
We found the sword of red slaying.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
There's a magical item
nothing.
which Rory has shared with the party that she found. Very glad that Rory's story arc has moved past the point where she would have used it. But she found the magical short sword.
200 damage in your sleep. You would have been gone.
Yeah.
You would have literally exploded.
What's it called?
Gutter.
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 It deals bonus damage against allies, children, and people that are sleeping.
Yep.
Oh,
Or on a
nice.
surprise round. And it does
Oh,
max
nice.
damage on crits, and it does an additional 2d6 sneak attack damage.
Holy shit.
Guys, we need to test something. What happens if that sword comes into contact with Vasilka? Is she a child or not? Answer me, Spencer.
Oh,
You're going to have to stab her to find out.
No.
No.
So currently, you have passed beyond the gate. You have passed 2 trials so far, a trial by fire and a trial by wind. You are now dealing with the extreme cold. So right off the bat, Redmond, could I have you, Ariadne, make Redmond a Constitution saving throw with advantage, please?
Of course, I will do that right now.
Ileena managed to pull together some warm weather gear for you out of the scraps of your equipment, so you have advantage.
Yeah, out of the scraps of my luck after the rolls I've been having.
16. Okay, you are okay. You do not take a level of exhaustion.
Wonderful.
So it is negative 30 Celsius up here right now along the mountain pass. You're in the midst of a loud blizzard. As in the air, you just hear the sound of a whooshing, and I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Heck yeah. Ingress for the combat gang.
Let's go. Yeah, so you can abuse your new wrestling gloves.
Oh,
Way to
wow.
go.
Oh, that's so good.
And
That's
I
so
just learned that
good.
this creature does not have flyby, so realistically, you could grapple it on a reaction.
Heck yeah, I will do exactly that.
Okay, so it actually, let's determine if there's a surprise round. Perception checks, everybody.
I have a 19 passive.
A 19 passive. Okay, in that case, I will make it. It is moving silently, and it is coming from
Alright.
above. So I will give it advantage on its stealth check.
Alright.
It has to be the 32.
That is only
Oh.
an 18, which means you catch sight of this thing. Ileena, you see right before it slams into you, there is a shadow that passes over the edge of the mountain. And you look up to see racing towards you this blur of red and blue feathers just headed straight for you. It is the size of a
no.
fucking barge. Hurtling towards you.
So, it's like the size of a really big rock.
A very, very
No.
big rock, yes. You would
What type
estimate-
of rock we're talking about?
you would estimate
Never
it is
said.
about, its wingspan would be about a good 60 feet across. Its body it's the space it can effectively attack is about 20 feet across.
Can I have a shot at it before initiative as a surprise round?
It does not get a surprise round, so you will be able to hit it. It is currently, what is its movement speed? Its movement speed is 120 feet. It is 120 feet away, hurtling towards you. It will reach you and 60 feet, because you would have spotted it with enough time for it to run away.
What 120 is exactly the distance that my guiding bolt is.
Well, it is 60 feet away. Diana and Ireena go first.
Okay, no, Diana goes first, I guess, because I go after her.
So Ireena has pointed it out to you. You see coming, streaking towards you off the right, about 60 feet away from you at this point, is this creature.
Okay. I think there's not much I really can do. I'll put Hunter's Mark on it.
Okay.
And then I will. Wait. No, there's a better move. Instead of doing Hunter's Mark, I will cast Fairy Fire on.
Okay. That's a dex save, right?
A dex save, DC 14.
It is proficient. It rolled an 18. So it is not affected by Fairy Fire.
That's the end of my turn then. There's not much I can do. I will just move a bit out of line, so actually no. I'll center myself, just so if it gets any of us, I can maybe hit it as it's moving away.
Alright.
Friends.
So Ireena, how do you react to this massive bird streaking towards you?
So Spencer.
Yes.
You said it was 60 feet away.
It is 60 feet away, yes.
Great. So I would like to do something fun.
Okay. Well, what is the fun thing you would like to do?
I would like to look at it and summon my draconic energy as an embodiment of the law. Beautiful. And as a bonus action, I would command it to drop prone.
Okay. This is great. You're looking at, it's flying towards you over a several 100-foot drop. So this is a very important roll.
Exactly.
Yep. What were you going to say?
If it does fall prone, would I be able to catch it as a reaction at all?
It is hurtling towards you.
It's 60 feet away. It's
it
will
hit the mountainside below you.
Oh, I see. Not hard. I thought it was 6 feet above us. My bad.
No, it's coming towards you at like a 30-degree angle. So
gotcha.
if it falls prone, it will drop a good another 40 feet down and hit the pass below you.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a very important save. This is a wisdom save. It's a 17.
Yeah, DC 17. Yes.
It is proficient.
Oh god.
That was a 24. A crit.
Wow.
Let's
go.
Okay.
It's okay.
The creature is still on GM rolls, by the way.
Yeah, it is on GM rolls.
I know. I don't want you to know what it is until it gets within range. This is a split second.
Exciting.
I would like to use my action.
Okay.
For orders demand.
Maybe it's friendly.
Make me another wisdom check.
Okay.
Or it's also charmed.
Probably not going to be another crit.
Well, mine is already in action, my dude.
No, because I have embodiment of the law, which lets me change the spellcasting of an enchantment spell to one bonus action.
That one was 7.
Okay, it's charmed. Let's fucking go.
I believe it can be charmed. Yeah, it can be charmed. No special resistances on this thing. It's just very good.
Alright, so it is charmed.
Okay.
Until the next turn or until it takes any damage.
So what is it you would like it to do?
Turn around, leave us.
The Channel Divinity is 30 feet range only, my dude.
Oh.
Okay.
Then no Channel Divinity, I guess. Then my action will be...
Yeah,
you
just hold your
it as an action.
I'm gonna hold my action, to be honest, yeah. Nah, you know what? I'll be dodging, I think, instead.
Dodge
I'll
action?
keep the... Yeah, I'll keep the Channel Divinity. It could actually be useful later.
Right. Tiger. Volk, you are a saber tiger. What would you like to do?
I will prepare my action to slash. What is my? I can bite or claw. I will prepare my action to claw at it if it gets within range, which is 5 foot.
So you have a held action. Very good. Redmond, would you like to also hold an action?
Yeah, I would like to walk forward, just kind of out here. So if it attacks someone, it'll attack me first, and maybe it's friendly. So I'll, beckon and say, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you," and I'll prepare to grapple it in a friendly way. If it comes within reach and does a hostile action.
Okay, gotcha. Then last but not least, we have the Auroras. So Rory and Ireena.
Auroras, love it.
Gotta shoot it with the guy in board level 2.
Okay.
I still don't know why it doesn't do the
yeah, that's weird. This thing has a decent AC, not amazing.
It should be 46 with high level casting 1d6. Don't need that. Is it already enough? I think there's already. Yep.
A 19 will certainly hit.
4. That's kind of weak. 13. Yeah. 17.
Still. It shrieks out.
The 4 damage is on cantrips.
No. The 4 damage is this. Oh, cantrips or weapon attacks. It doesn't go on spells. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I have the same thing, but mine is only weapons.
That makes no fucking sense.
I imagine the idea is that you would want to use your spells to heal as a cleric.
I mean, usually, yeah.
But anyway, this is okay. The streak of light goes up from your finger and slams into this thing. You get slightly better look at it as its red face and blue feathers are streaking towards you. Ireena has the last action before it hits.
She's going to cast a moonbeam at the thing. Because why not?
I will say, since it has to be in the range of it, it will be out of that range incredibly quickly.
I mean, yeah, but it's still 120 feet, and it's start off with its turn.
All right, so the beam shoots out, and now I will drop a picture of it, because you can now see it. A giant bird.
Rock!
I've no hope somehow.
Shrieking towards you. I will have it make its Constitution save at the start of its turn.
Oh, gosh.
No, I'll put that on public. Con save. 12. So it will take all of the damage from Ireena's Moonbeam.
16 radiant.
16 radiant, okay.
Woo-hoo. Let's go.
All right. It does not look particularly phased. It continues on its trajectory at its original target, which is the largest and meatiest piece of meat up here, which is Volk. So as soon as it gets within range, your held action goes off. You may attack it.
Oh, I assumed it was coming from this direction. That's my bad.
Sorry, it was coming off from the
Okay.
That's my bad.
I said it was a claw, so that is +6.
With advantage because of guiding bolt.
Oh, with advantage?
Not great.
Hit, unfortunately. Ariadne, since you were confused about where it was coming from, what was your intention with your movement?
I was going to interpose myself between this creature and the party and grapple it if it comes close and does a hostile action.
The steps you are traveling up, they're only a good 10 feet across, so you could maybe squeeze in front of Volk before you would get to the edge of the cliff. So I will allow you to be here, so you can make your held action attack, since I did not clearly state where it was coming from.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
So your held action can go off. It is very clearly trying to pick up Volk.
I would like to grapple it, so I would like to do an unarmed strike.
Unarmed strike. Let's see.
It is 1d20 plus 5, plus proficiency, plus bonus. And I'll try and do it again.
Okay, you do not hit. Well, it's a held action, so you only get one, right?
Oh yeah, because you don't get multi-attack with the.
Yeah.
Also, I will say,
What about
now
the
that it's
advantage
closer,
that I
you know
got?
it is too much larger than you to
Or is
actually
that
be
a little
grappled. You could not get enough of this thing to be able to pin it. You count as a
see.
size
Alright.
larger, but it is 2 sizes larger than you.
So if I get one size larger, I can grapple this thing.
Fucking Evan.
Yeah. If
Not
you were
again.
enlarged, you could grapple it. Oh, sorry. It is gargantuan, which means you would have to be 2 sizes larger.
It's gargantuan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Actually, is that the right
Just
size?
one-
Then? It's supposed to be gargantuan. Gargantuan.
And
is
Gargantuan,
5 across.
Gargantuan, no, Gargantuan is 4 across because it's 1 is medium, 2,
Yeah.
so it's
Right. It is the
medium.
right size,
So should be like medium, large, huge, gargantuan.
Yeah.
Actually, it should only be large to be able to grapple this because you count as one size larger, so you'd count as huge, and you can grapple one size larger than you. So yeah.
So if I was a big boy, if I ate my vegetables, I would be okay.
Basically, yeah. Slightly
Okay.
too much. It is, however, going to get to Volk. So it is going to make its 2 attacks. First attack
Pain train.
is... Sorry?
The pain train is coming.
The pain train is coming, yes. First attack, it is going to hit you with its talons. That is a 23. Does that hit the tiger's AC?
Yeah.
Okay, you
Oh,
take
no.
20 slashing damage and you are grappled.
Ah.
It is then going to attempt to fly
Lovely.
away as it pecks at you. It is going to leave... Well, it's going to have to enter Rory's, Ireena's, Diana's, and Redmond's spaces to do that. So you will all get opportunity attacks as it attempts to fly away with Volk.
But we don't have our reactions, right?
You do.
Because the held actions.
Held actions use your reaction if you want to like activate them.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oops. So Redmond does not get a reaction, but Rory, Ireena, and Diana all would.
Yep. I should have put them to smack on it. Anyway, that's a 17 to hit.
A 17 will hit it.
Yep. For that shouldn't have the +7. So that should be just 11 then.
Okay.
Ooh.
So I
That's
don't
11
have
damage.
Showdown.
21 will absolutely hit it from Rory.
And then Ireena is going to use
11.
level 2 smite, so that thing let's go for print.
Okay.
What was it again? Was it
3d6. 3d6. Because it's not undead.
D6 or D8?
D8.
Yeah.
So another 13 radiant on top.
I spent a lot of time
Another
playing
13,
40k, I think, only in 6k. Okay, I have an idea how to free Volk.
So because you were stabbing at this thing's feet, I will say the highest damage it took was 21. So I will say it has to beat a strength save of 11, half of that damage, to maintain its grip on Volk.
Let's go.
pretty cool.
It is not proficient in strength saves. As a
Oh my.
so it's okay. It has a +9, so it's okay.
Don't worry.
It is then going to...
Yes, it has to beat a DC of 10. It has a +9.
Yeah, well, it was a DC of 11, so it would have had to roll
Okay.
2 or below, it would have dropped you. It is then going to try to peck you as it flies away, Volk, which is going to be another 34 piercing.
Good grief.
It then absconds with you. So it
How
flies
much-
60 feet out, back away from the party.
Let's see.
So we
60
jump
feet?
back to the top. Diana, it is your turn.
Okay. If it's 60 feet away, I will cast Hunter's Mark at this point.
That is a good idea. Because it does not look like it wants to contend with the rest of you. It looks like it is leaving with its meal.
I don't bitch.
Oh. Fuck. Wait. Does it look? Sorry. No. It doesn't look like it's coming back.
No, it looks like it's headed back to eat.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be probably the best. I could fireball it, but I Volk do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry. I will type this. Sorry. Continue, Abby. Sorry.
I'll just hold my action to attack it if it comes back. There's not really much I can do. Range.
Well, you do have a bow.
I I do have a bow.
The insight you got into Illustray's the priesthood is that they frown upon the use of the bow, but they understand that, sometimes shit happens.
You gotta shoot something.
Okay, in that case, I will go ahead and fire at it just with normal arrows.
Okay. That's 15 AC to hit it.
Okay, so 2-shot.
Oh damn! That's a crit on that second one.
Yeah. So
11 on, 11 on the first one.
11 and 16, so 27.
16. Yeah.
Jeez.
It is not bloodied yet, but you have definitely heard it. But, the bird seems content. It got its meal. It can recover.
Oh, God. Okay.
Sorry, unless you had something else, Abby.
No, that's it.
Okay.
Riley, are you okay with taking a bit of fall damage?
Yeah, I'm fine to take a little bit of fall damage.
Yeah, I'll try to banish.
Probably gonna
60
be,
feet
but
out with
I'm 60 feet out, so that might be a lot of
you're looking
fall
at
damage.
about
This might not be a good idea.
maybe an 80-foot drop, and then it's a very steep roll.
Wasn't this creature charmed?
It
no.
wasn't.
No,
it
that
wasn't in range.
Yeah.
It wasn't in range. This is not good because... Oh, I have one.
What can you do?
Embodiment of the Law.
Okay.
Bonus action cast.
Okay.
If this spell does what I remember it is, yes.
Compulsion, alright. You must make a wisdom saving throw. It automatically succeeds if it can't be charmed. It is not immune to charm, so it will have to make this save.
So if it fails, I can use a bonus action to designate a direction, and pretty much that bird, the rock, has to move in that direction.
Okay, so this is a wisdom saving throw. It has a +4, so it has to beat a roll higher than a 12. And it rolled higher than a 12. It resists.
No,
I'm sorry, I messed up.
that's a.
It's your
15,
save is 17 and
the
rolled
15
15.
is.
You're good.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Okay, so
Please.
until a bonus action at the end of each, or on each of your turns, to designate a direction that is horizontal to you. Okay, so I'm assuming you're going to say east.
Yeah, come back.
Okay, come back. You got
Come back. That's my bonus action.
It is compulsed.
And I'll move just here to... I wanted to banish it, but after hearing the big drop, Volk, that's it for me.
Okie doke. What is a good compulsion? I'm just going to do this spinning wheel of death. That'll be the compulsion side.
Take its action before it moves.
As much as its movement as possible, so...
Yes, which would be
it can
120
take.
feet. It will be right back on the side of the cliff with you guys on the start of its next turn. So, Volk, you are grappled and restrained by this thing as you are in its talons. What would you like to do? How would you like to respond? Besides, cursing and being very scared.
Being quite annoyed, mostly. Volk is going to...
Your attack rolls will have disadvantage, by the way, if you would like to go that route.
No. They are going to drop Polymorph as a bonus action.
Okay.
Hopefully in doing so loosen... Or sorry, they're not polymorphed. They are currently... Wild shaped. They're going to drop wild shape as a bonus action.
Okay. So you suddenly shrink.
Hopefully loosening its... Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as an action, they're going to cast polymorph on themselves, turning into a Quetzalcoatl, which is a little bigger than a tiger.
It is, yeah.
But hopefully the idea is that the sudden shift of super small and then massive again will be enough to free them from the
to me, let's do a strength contest, but we'll use your spellcasting modifier. What is your spellcasting modifier? It should be wisdom plus your proficiency.
My modifier Wisdom plus proficiency is... Where's the proficiency?
10?
There it is. Oh, it's 10.
10. Okay, so so you will make an athletics check plus 10.
Okay.
Your proficiency bonus is 4 and your wisdom modifier is 5? Or is
6.
6
6 because of the Tome of
Right,
Strahd.
so it is
no,
10.
I have 6 because of the Tome of Strahd.
Perfect.
So it's
perfect.
10.
So it's 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be an athletics check. So you're going to roll a d20 and add 10. And it will roll an athletics check that it is not proficient in. So, a 22.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh.
So you need to beat a 22 to have this work. Otherwise, it will maintain its grip on you.
You just need to roll... okay.
Ooh, unfortunate.
I'm going to use my session hero dice.
Okay.
Nope. Oh, God.
Unfortunately,
Still not
you are
enough.
still grappled.
Every time we use it, it does worse. Usually it gets worse.
It works.
However,
It
I will
never
say,
works.
because you are so much bigger now, you are not restrained anymore.
Okay.
So you are still grappled, but you do not have disadvantage on your attacks anymore, because you are too big for it to do that.
Cool. So we're like clinging on to each other at this
Yeah,
point.
you're now two birds fighting in the sky.
And I've used my action and my bonus action, and I can't really use movement, so
Okay.
I do nothing.
We come back to Redmond. So Redmond,
And Volk is gonna turn. Volk is gonna turn to Ileena. The banishment work now.
well, you're a polymorph, so you would just squawk at her.
Oh yeah.
Giant terror bird screech.
Giant terror bird.
I think they try to say that, but it just comes out as a screech.
Yeah. But it is Redmond's turn. So
Yeah,
you hear the gauntlets, by the way. They don't have a consciousness in the same way the dagger does, but they retain the spirit of Beorn.
The spirit of
Beorn the Bear Prince.
Yes.
They are very noble and heroic. He's essentially a Superman type. So they are encouraging you to leap into battle and save everybody all of the time. Whereas Smoke is like, holy shit, what the hell was that? And your armor, of course, is telling you, we got this. We're flexible. We can do this. They ain't nothing. They got nothing on us.
They got nothing on this. Okay, it's fine to have voices in your head. What's the rules for leaping on a creature?
Well, it would have to be within your jump distance, and given that it is 60 feet out, probably not within range of your standing leap.
So 60 feet.
Yeah.
60 feet.
No, that's way too much.
Yeah.
At most you can jump 20 if I'm not mistaken, and that's if it's a really min-max character.
Okay.
So,
okay. Then,
or if you have jump. What?
I would say you also know that Ileena charmed it. It is coming back towards you.
Okay, it's coming back. I don't have Shy anymore, unfortunately.
Do you want to delay your turn until after its turn?
No, I would like to do. Oh, shit! I'll do nothing.
Okay. Dodge action then, just to be safe.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Dodge action. Okay. The Auroras then. So you know the rock is turning around to head back towards you, Rory. You and Ireena are ready to go. What do you do?
Well, the thing is still going to get the moonbeam from Ireena on it again.
Oh yeah, that's right, because it flew back to the place where it was before. So
I mean, you can move the moonbeam, is the thing.
Oh, true. So the moonbeam is back on it.
In a way that doesn't hit Volk, which shouldn't be too hard considering how huge that thing is.
Yeah, it's gargantuan. It's got Volk in its talons underneath it. Yeah, Ireena can absolutely aim that.
Sacred Flame 60 feet, so it should work. So it's going to get a Sacred Flame.
Okay.
Dexterity save.
Dexterity.
Or 7 to 8.
That is a 10.
Yeah.
Ooh. Fails.
Takes a 17.
17 damage.
And Ireena is just going to wait there.
Okay. Do you want her to hold an action to attack it, or is she going to do something else?
goes here, prepares an action to attack. Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. So at the start of its turn, we get a con save. That is a 23, so it'll be half damage from the moonbeam.
Oh, also at the end of its turn last time, it could do another save.
It wasn't in the moonbeam at the end of its last turn.
No, not the moonbeam, for the compulsion.
No, it hasn't had a turn since the compulsion. The compulsion just
Oh. Yeah, I just gave it
the
to
end
him.
of this turn
like
will
this
be the
first
save.
compulsion turn.
So we just need that moonbeam damage, and it'll take half of that, and then it will rejoin the party.
I wonder if we can tame it.
It would be nice to have a pet rock.
There would be. Pet rocks
It
are
would be.
cool.
Is that only 10?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not a great roll from a moonbeam. Cat!
That's 5 damage.
Yeah, disappeared. I want to brush her.
So it takes some radiant damage, and then it returns the party streaking, and I need to put the two of you behind everybody, so you're not taking up everybody's space.
It should be directly horizontal. So
Yes. So it goes back to the cliffside on the other side of you. It remains
Reminder,
in the air.
attack first and then move.
Okay. It will attack Volk on the way, and it will remain in the air. So you are not restrained. I believe there's no special add-ons to being grappled. There's no special...
I mean, it takes them with them.
Sorry?
Yes, but no advantage. So it will just make these attacks as normal, because you are no longer restrained, Volk. So it will try to slash at you with its talons. A 29.
Oh. Yeah, 29 is gonna hit.
Yes.
Good grief.
Is Volk within 30 feet of me?
It would be now, yes, they would be. It is about 20 feet above your heads. It flew right to the edge of the cliff, directly from its elevation. So it is, I'll put a marker on it so we don't forget. 20 feet.
Thank you. I would like to rebuke the violent, if that's okay.
Okay. It needs to make a wisdom save, correct?
Yes.
All right.
My saving throw is 13.
Okay.
It takes
An 11.
21 radiant damage, I believe.
So you tell it off. How do you tell it off?
I say, you come in here, hungry, feral, and rude, and you start attacking my friends without even talking. I am so disappointed in you. Get down here right now.
Right. Beautiful.
Sorry, I guess I just default to just, disappointed dad.
That's perfect. You hear smoke cheering in your head, and your armor nods approvingly, and Baron's like, we should have wrestled it.
I agree. Yeah.
But yes, the rock, it takes that radiant damage. It is looking pretty hurt at this point, fairly bloodied. It still has this multi-attack. It did not have to use its full compulsion. It reached the cliffside. Can it use the rest of its movement after it's finished the movement, or does it just use all of its
I think it
movement
just gives you a direction that it moves, and then it moves full speed that direction, right?
It moves full speed in that direction.
Full speed in
so
that direction.
It can't continue moving, so its movement speed is gone. It is going to just use the rest of its multi-attack to peck at Volk, and then it is going to let go because it is very upset and confused. So that's a 32.
All right.
Poor boy.
What is this bonus? Good grief.
It's a very
it
strong
hits.
thing.
Yep. So do you lose your
because
polymorph?
the Quetzalcoatlus only had 30 HP, yeah, I lose the polymorph.
Okay. The extra damage will carry over.
Yeah, I know.
And then you can make a dex save for me.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just lose my polymorph spell, because I forgot to go down earlier. 24 minus 9 is 15. So I take 15 more damage.
Yep.
Good grief. I'm not doing well. So I am a little person now. Let me just bring Volk's
Volk back.
dexterity save.
Yeah, to see if you catch on to the cliffside, or if you're going to take the fall damage too. Hey, beautiful. You tumble in such a way that you grab onto a rock, and you're okay. You are 20 feet up, but you can do a controlled slide on your turn to get back to safety.
I have 12 HP!
The rock is then going to make another wisdom saving throw to try to break free of the compulsion. It failed.
Yep, DC 17. Yep,
So,
that's failed.
It remains compulsed. As we go back to Diana's turn. So you see, Diana, it doesn't take much insight to tell this rock wants to get away. It is terrified of you guys now.
Okay. This thing is incredibly strong, right, from what I've gathered?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't think an ensnaring strike would do much given my spell save DC, so I'm just gonna use my Hunter's Mark and drop my bow and hit it 3 times.
Okay.
So
You fire bolts
1.
off into the air. The 24 will hit. The 17 will also hit.
Yeah.
You rolled
Why does it
1
do
on your damage
1?
twice.
No, it just gives.
Why is
Why is that just a 1? That's weird.
It broke again. I don't know why it keeps doing this.
Roll 20 breaks.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2d8 for your bow damage. It is a longbow, right?
No, it's within range now, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's 20
I'm
feet
just
tall.
saying it's a d8 for
Was that
damage.
20?
No, I'm using my blades, my swords.
No, sorry, it's 20 feet in the air.
Oh, it's 20 feet. Yeah,
It's
okay,
in
yeah,
range
that
of
will.
the bow, not the sword.
Yeah, that'll just be the bow then. So a bow is a d8 plus 5. So I'll roll that.
We're going to mercilessly murder this creature?
Hey, we did it there before. Yeah, so
So
in
total
total that
16.
would be 21
21 damage,
damage.
yeah.
with the Hunter's Mark.
You would expect, Redmond, that going higher in level would become more and more champions of good, but everything we have gathered is just more and more bloodlust.
More and more hard
Well,
work.
what are we gonna do? It's a big bird. It's attacking us.
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
clearly
yeah.
self-defense. As much of argument of self-defense
You
as
see-
I've ever seen.
Diana will be
absolutely.
the next Red Lord.
It's true.
No.
So your arrows
I have
fly
my
off
connect-
and stick into this bird. And it wheels about confused and terrified. Ileena.
Well, bonus action, it's gonna just move into the wall.
Okay.
Next round.
Compulsion cannot make it hurt itself, right?
No, just pretty much it will just stay there.
Okay.
And then I would like to Guiding Bolt it
Okay.
at 5th level.
Okay.
Please. Please, dice gods.
Let me.
But it's-
Yeah, you hit.
It is at 5th level. It's
Not a lot.
20 radiant.
Yeah.
That's a lot
It
of
is
points.
looking really badly hurt. Anybody that would like to can make a insight check on this creature.
Sure, I'll go.
Oh, I haven't.
Wow.
I like that
Vicky, that's like the 5th one
always
you've rolled
failing.
today.
I've seen
Rory.
the Insight Net 1 from Ilena, I think, like 3 times today.
Yeah. Rory, you know this thing is going to run away. This is no longer a threat to you.
You can just let it go. There's no point in killing it.
It is still compelled, but that is the end of Ileena's turn.
Yep.
So Rory communicates this to the party as we jump to Volk's turn. So Volk, you are clinging to the rock 20 feet up. If you would like to, you can make a controlled tumble to get back to the path. No checks needed. Or you can stay up there and try to hit it. It is within range of you in melee.
I'm gonna try to controlled tumble.
Yeah, so you slide
that
down and land
an
next to
action?
Ilena. No. It'll be your movement, but you can very easily return to Ileena's side.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Good plan.
And that is 1d8 plus your spell casting ability modifier.
All right.
So that's what 1d8 plus 10, I
Yeah.
guess. Wait, spellcasting ability modifier. No, that's just plus 6. 1d8 plus...
8. You
That's
restore
8.
8 hit points.
Yay.
Anything else on your turn?
No.
Okay. So Redmond, it is your turn. You have heard from Rory that this thing is absolutely going to run away. It is not a threat to anymore. What would you like to do?
I would like to rest. No, I would like to go to Volk and heal them up with some lay on hands.
Pump some lay on hands into Volk.
I'll give you 25.
25 hit points.
There you go, kiddo. Enjoy. Hope that helps you out.
I almost got eaten by a giant bird.
It's okay. Hey, as long as you're with us, there'll be no eaten by giant birds, I promise.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No, that'll be it.
Hello, Murphy.
So it is now Rory and Ireena's turn. Your insight stands. What would you like to do?
Well, I will tell Ireena, there's no need.
She nods.
I think.
She says, it's just an animal. It's just trying to eat. Same as we are.
This one has learned his lesson. It's definitely not gonna attack us again.
And if it does, we know we can fuck it up.
Yeah. Is Volk actually hurt, or was it just hit points against the polymorph?
Quite a bit carried
the polymorph
over.
only had 30 hit points. I healed myself, and Redmond healed me, so I'm not dying.
Not dying is still not great though, and Rory's pretty low.
I'm at 2/3. I'm at 2/3 of the hit points.
It seems fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So what would you and Ireena like to do?
I think we are just gonna pass the turn. Rory's gonna go to Volk. Are you okay, my little buttercup? Butterscotch, pardon me. It's been a long time.
Fine.
Which form are you in, by the way, at the moment?
Just their default.
So black cat.
Pale. They are in their natural form.
Oh, okay. So the
Vanilla
Barovian child, right?
No, their natural form as Changeling, which is
gotcha.
The Barovian child is their original form, but their natural form is the pigmentless white humanoid.
Yeah, the doppelganger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are very comfortable in that form and like quite happy to sit in it. They just generally take on a more palatable form when around people that aren't party.
That makes
which
sense.
is the black.
That makes sense.
No, I'm fine. I just need a moment. But other than that, I'm okay.
I would like to use my action to hug and comfort the buttercup. Butterscotch, pardon me.
The legendary hug and comfort.
The hug of comfort. I like the reaction.
Amazing.
The pat.
Yeah. Okay. If there are no actions, then we jump back to the rock, who is going to obey its compulsion, confused, not sure why it's doing it. It is going to perch on the rock up above, exactly in the direction it was told to go.
It's rock.
It will look around, terrified. It is out of range for any attacks, and it cannot move because it had to use its whole movement to land. So it is now perched on the rock 20 feet above you. It is going to make its save at the end of its turn.
Yep.
11. It remains compulsed, but it is looking around with wild eyes, seeming straining against itself to try to get away. Diana.
I'll just say I'm not sad to get away at this point. It feels cruel.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so we come to Ileena's turn. Do you let go
My
of the
turn,
compulsion?
I'll just Yeah, I'll just drop the compulsion.
Okay.
I think we're out of initiative, so.
We are now, after you drop the compulsion. It flies away back up the mountaintop. How far can you track something with Hunter's Mark, Diana?
I believe it lasts an hour, so...
Is there a range that you can sense it?
It doesn't, I don't think it gives an exact location.
Okay.
It just, I have advantage on perception or survival check to find it.
Okay. So you get a sense that it flies high up above you, and disappears into the clouds and blizzard. So that brings us to the end of today's session. Thank you so much for playing.